The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The Grand Chess Tour continued in glorious fashion with the inaugural Superbet Rapid and Blitz in Warsaw, Poland. Players were anxious to showcase their Rapid and Blitz skills on the second leg of the tour in the beautiful capital city. The Rapid event quickly reminded the world that age is only a number, as former world champion Viswanathan Anand wowed everyone with near-perfect play, winning his first 5 games and ending the Rapid portion with a decisive lead. However, the Blitz section was another story, with Americans Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian storming towards the top of the field with stellar Blitz play, coming within striking distance of the still leading Anand going into the final day. But despite their valiant efforts, they were all bested by local hero and Polish superstar Jan Krzysztof Duda, whose incredible play proved unstoppable in his pursuit to take the title for his home country, passing Viswanathan Anand to win the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. With the tour well underway, players set their sights to Zagreb, the host of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The third leg of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour coming up next.
Welcome everyone to round 1 of the Grand Chess Tour here in Zagreb. We're in front of the Croatian National Theatre that's put on brilliant performances throughout the years. We expect brilliant moves from our players here at the Grand Chess Tour. And to call all of the action, let's go to our studio with Yasser, Miro, and Cristian.
Hello everyone, it's Grand Chess Tour time 2022 from Zagreb, Croatia. The tour picks up and we are in studios in St. Louis getting ready to call all the action on this Rapid and Blitz event. Boy, I'm looking forward to it. I'm your host, Yasser, along with Miro. Miro, welcome, welcome, welcome to St. Louis again. It's such a great pleasure to have you.
It's been years, Yasser, and yeah, not only it's my pleasure to be with you, but also when I've heard now that it's coming up next, and I imagined it in Maurice's voice, and it gives me goosebumps still.
Wonderful.
Yes, it's such an honor to be there, and yeah, expecting a wonderful event, of course.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage. I must say, today is a very special day. I did not know this. It's International Chess Day, so all over the world, people are celebrating chess, and what a wonderful celebration we have in store, Miro. Tell us about the roster of players, what people can expect to see from today's action.
Well, there is a very, very anticipated game, I believe, in round 1. Yeah, but we will get to this. Yeah, we'll get to this a little bit later. So we have Magnus Carlsen, whom I'm referring to as the world champion, even though he's only a wild carder in this tournament.
Right.
Wesley Saw, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alireza Firouzja, Shah Mamedyarov, Lingier, Dominguez are all participants of the Grand Chess Tour this year.
Exactly.
And a few more wildcarders. Well, maybe a little bit less flashy than Magnus, but Ivan Saric, representing Croatia, used to be European champion, not an easy opponent at all. Veselin Topalov,
who needs no introduction as the players are arriving.
Yeah, and Jordan van Foreest, young star from the Netherlands.
Absolutely. And what, as there you see the players shaking hands, MVL on the right, and what about our format?
Yeah, format is pretty standard, but for those who perhaps joining Grand Chess Tour from this particular event, so 10 players round robin, so everyone is playing with everybody.
Exactly.
Rapid game, 25 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. For Blitz, it will be 5 minutes plus 2 seconds. It's quite a long Blitz by today's standards, I have to admit. No draw offers, and we do not expect a lot of them anyway. For rapid games, that's a little bit of change, right? So 2 points for a win,
Right.
1 for a draw. Well, 0 points if you lose, that stays untouched.
Right.
Yeah, but pretty standard point count for the blitzes. 1 for a win, half point for a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And our schedule, it's a 5-day schedule.
5-day schedule, 3 days of rapid. Today we will have rapid rounds from 1 to 3. Well,
Very
accordingly, 3 rounds every day. Yeah, and that's on Friday. I'll make the same mistake again. Yasser calling whoever wins the rapid tournament, I'll call him the winner of the event.
Very good.
Yeah, forgetting that we will have 18 rounds of Blitz to follow. So
What a weekend in
Saturday,
store.
yeah, Saturday it's going to be a first round robin, and then on Sunday the conclusive rounds 10 to 18, which will be the second round robin with same players but colors reversed.
And there, as we see our players, we have Nepo at the board, and as we know, the challenger to Magnus Carlsen is he's back in action. And we're very, very fortunate, as always, to have Cristian in studio. Very good to see you, my friend. What do you have about this roster of players?
Good morning, Yasser. Good morning, Miro. And good morning or good evening or good afternoon to all the chess fans around the world watching this spectacular return of the Grand Chess Tour. We have such an eclectic mix of players participating, but one in particular that I have my eyes on, of course, is the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Let's take a look at where these players stand in terms of rapid ratings going into this event. And of course, we have the world champion Magnus Carlsen as the first rapid ranking in the world at a whooping 28-47. That's just incredible, an incredible score that we have there. And one player that we have in this event, the challenger to the World Championship crown, the player that won the candidates just a month ago, that is Jan Nepomniachtchi, coming in 4th seed in the world rankings at 28-36. And then we have the American superstar, Wesley So, 7th in the world at a whopping 27-79. That's just an incredibly high number. And then we also have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman, with 3 names, 9th in the world at 27-64. What an amazing pack these 4 guys are. And let's take a look at the 5th ranked. That is Lenier Dominguez, 20th in the world at 27-26. I have to say, Lenier Dominguez definitely deserves to be higher, and he will definitely be looking to do that in this tournament to up his rating. And then we have Mamedyarov Shakhriyar from Azerbaijan. Well, he's definitely not happy with his world ranking, standing at 32nd position with 26.99. He is definitely not happy, and he will be looking to bounce in those world rankings in this tournament. And guys, we also have some of our friends in Croatia. Guys, hey, how's it going, Anastasia and Alejandro?
Hi, Cristian. Welcome to Zagreb, the 3rd leg of the Grand Chess Tour. We are your host here in location. I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here with woman Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich. We have huge news. The entire playing hall, every player, it's buzzing here in Croatia because the news just broke out. Magnus Carlsen will not be defending his World Championship title. It was just recently announced. Nastia, what are your feelings?
Absolutely shocked, of course. I mean, I was about to cry actually when I learned this news, and of course I was emotional, and we couldn't expect those news coming. Yesterday we had this fantastic opening ceremony with the Prime Minister participating, with the world champion Garry Kasparov there, with Magnus Carlsen, who was absolutely normal Magnus Carlsen, and today we have this news. I'm completely shocked, really. Alejandro, what about you?
Absolutely. I think that despite all of the buzz that Magnus had been saying for over a year, we always thought he would sign those papers. I was actually talking to Vasyl Topalov this morning, and he said he was sure that Magnus would participate in the World Championship match, and he was going to sign any moment, and we couldn't be any more wrong.
Absolutely, and I made this interview in Madrid, and he made this smile. We will see, and I thought this smile means I will play, and he didn't at the end. So now we have a new World Championship match, right?
Absolutely. According to the regulations, what is written in the rules, we will have a World Championship match. It just won't involve Magnus Carlsen. We instead will have this one. Jan Nepomniachtchi will be playing, but he'll be playing against the second place of the candidates, a surging Ding Liren, who really started terribly in the candidates, bounced back all the way to second place, solo second place, and he will be the challenger, or he will be one of the participants, we'll have to figure out how to call them, as Jan Nepomniachtchi will play Ding Liren for the World Championship title in 2023.
Absolutely, but now we still have the game between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi starting right now at this moment. The first round of Grand Chess Tour is on the way.
It's on the way as we have the opening move, C4 played. Guys, back to the studio with this news.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Alejandro. What to say? Absolutely, absolutely stunning. The end of an era. I don't even know what to say. We're going to be talking about it, Miro.
Yeah,
I
I'm
suspect
shocked-
over the next 5
I'm shocked
days.
myself. He played C4 first thing.
Exactly. Shocking indeed. But we have pairings for this round one, and I've got to say, looking at that setup between Magnus and Nepo, you couldn't ask for a juicier opening round pairing. Miro.
Absolutely. So Topalov will play with Vachier-Lagrave, Firouzja facing Saric, Mamedyarov on Foreest, and Dominguez versus first and perhaps the only American derby.
Exactly.
Representatives of the US.
Nice. And of course, these players for over the next 5 days are going to be fighting for lots of money. We'll break that down. But in the meanwhile, the round is underway. And there we have it, our marquee matchup. Beautiful. Queen's Gambit declined. I mean,
Gambit.
something everybody can understand these days.
And to be honest, I don't even think these players are thinking too much about this game right now. They're just trying to dissect the news. Well, Magnus knew, of course, but is he having any buyer's remorse right now after announcing
Right.
it? Is Nepo thinking, okay, how am I going to prepare for Ding now? It's just an incredible day for chess. Well, it's also International Chess Day.
Exactly.
Well, absolutely. It's a lot of information to digest, you know. So Magnus not accepting exactly what Alejandro said, that I think everybody was the same, even though he was toying with this idea that I might not play and so on. And everybody literally was saying, you know, behind the scenes, like, yeah, he will accept, yeah, he'll show off a little bit. So it comes as a shock.
Yes, for me it was a very, very sad reminder, the deja vu. I started to play chess in 1972, stop. Bobby Fischer didn't play chess for 3 years, and everybody was so eager that Bobby Fischer would play in 1975, and of course he did not. And it was this feeling of sponsors leaving the room en masse, and it being really, really injurious, not just for chess, but more specifically for American chess. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of fallout here, and we're going to be talking about this story for ages to come. And again, for those of you joining us late, Magnus Carlsen has announced he will not be defending his title against Nepo. Nepo will be playing Ding Liren, the number 2 player from the candidates, which makes us recall the candidates all that much
Absolutely.
more
Guys,
and that big
I-
fight for second.
I still don't believe it. I have to say, I still cannot believe that Magnus Carlsen will not defend his title. I know Mayweather retired 5-6 times in his career. I just don't believe it until the contracts are signed between Nepo and Ding. Maybe we'll see Magnus get back in the mix. Now, another question that kind of popped up in my head was, what would have happened if Hikaru would have qualified? If he didn't lose with Ding in the last round, he would have been the potential challenger for the World Championship crown. So
Right.
there's so many stories that we will be breaking down in the next couple of days and weeks and years probably to come in the chess world. The chess world just simply changed forever with this decision.
Exactly, a changing of an era. Let's get to the game for just a moment because Magnus and Nepo are rehearsing a very often played line, but to me, the move A2, A3 is a new move. Knight takes E6 was such a standard move that I forgot anything else was playable in this position, Miro.
So, you know, I was told it was only played 8 times.
8 times.
So we might as well refer to this one as novelty nowadays, right? I was thinking a lot about
so
this.
Rare,
Yasser,
it's novel.
So, yeah.
What is the theoretical decisions here, Cristian, about this move A2, A3? Why was the world champion attracted to this move?
So I actually have it in the database only played as twice, and there's 2 responses to this one. Knight to C6 is one of them, Knight BD7 is another one. I just think that he wants Nepo out of his book. He knows Nepo is probably one of the best chess players in terms of preparation right now on the planet, given his residual knowledge from the World Championship match in November, as well as the candidates earlier this year. So he's definitely well prepared. He wants to take him out of the opening, get a slight advantage, and see if he can do something with that. Knight to D7 was already played. Knight takes C6, F takes C6. This basically just delayed this exchange. Knight takes C6 followed by F takes C6 and asked Black to commit his knight. Where are you going to put the knight? To C6 or to D7? He decided to put it on D7, and this is what we have right now. I'm going to find another way to corral this pawn on E4, bishop to G2. This is what Magnus is showing right now. I still think he has a slight advantage. Nevertheless, it's just simply going to be a game, and with good play, Nepo should equalize this.
All right, thank you for that. G2, G3, again, a very easy move to kind of dismiss, Miro. I mean, I think before this move is on the board, again, if we were playing Blitz, I don't think I could possibly prevent my hand from playing bishop to C4 and playing let's attack this pawn. But G2, G3 suggests that Magnus wants a long game based on bishop G2, castles, and slowly corralling this pawn. And let's face it, if he can do all of those things, 2 bishops, no complaints.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, the moment he was played, I actually thought, yeah, that makes sense. The bishop's going to be good on G2, but I wonder if anyone has actually put it on G2 before.
And by the way, Jan, who plays very quickly anyway, just full stop, has played Rook C8 a la tempo, as if to say, yeah, I looked at this too. Rook C8, by the way, wouldn't have necessarily been the first move that came into my mind. Maybe the move actually that was just played, Knight C5, because I would be thinking to myself, okay, my compensation has to be that I've got to do something with my knights, and I better do it quickly.
And that was exactly Magnus's trick. If you do start with knight to C5 after bishop to E3, it does seem like that gives white quite a significant advantage. I'm not 100% sure still about the nuances, but it does seem like castle, long castle, that is, comes with quite an impact in that position.
I see. So the Rook C8 was this wonderful delay.
Good move.
Want to see
Great move.
bishop G2 first.
Yes.
And now knight
Commit
C5.
your bishop, now knight to C5, so that knight D3 comes with great impact because you cannot exchange bishop takes D3 anymore.
I got it. Those little nuances, Miro, that make all the difference in the world. What other games have you been keeping your eye on and as we start our first
quite an interesting game between Dominguez and Wesley Saw.
Okay.
Because at first I was like, did Saw really fell into some opening trap, which I'm not aware of, but mostly basing my guess on the time he spent. It's apparently some new preparation from Wesley.
So everybody is playing the anti-Berlin, if I can call the rookie one move the anti-Berlin. And unfortunately, the variations that I've seen tend to be so dry.
Yeah, absolutely. But this bishop F4 move, at least it does have some idea, right? So he's ready to sacrifice the pawn, and nowadays they are no longer taking it, and so on and so on. Yeah, I'm no big expert on this one. Yeah, but knight c3, bishop takes d4, knight d5, and
somehow I have actually seen this before, not that I've actually studied it. It's not my job these days to have to study the openings. Like,
yeah, I'm not sure about this c6 move, Yasser. That's exactly what I was talking about. So d6 used to be, if I'm not mistaken, d6 is the move.
Automatic.
Yeah.
c6.
Yeah.
Okay, one of the things I do have to say about these two guys, especially I've called championships and so many Grand Chess Tour events, Lanier and Wesley are really opening specialists. I mean, it's so, whoa. Queen f6.
Absolutely, that's why I said it is a little bit interesting.
No question about it. Rook d1, look at the...
Well, the thing is, queen to f6 is kind of forced, right? Because if you do take on c8 first, there's this queen to b4 move. The bishop is not protected, and if you have to go c5 and then loosen up the light squares, queen takes b7 comes, and I think you're in trouble.
I've got my pawn back, and it's
with dividends.
Yeah, with divvies. So queen f6, which still begs the question: can I go queen check and queen takes b7?
I guess it was
f4
played. I would assume that you're going to go c5, queen takes f4, and
right.
You probably cannot take. Well, you cannot take on a8 because you can checkmate it.
It's mate.
Yes.
Oops.
And then rook to b8 if you try to defend the f2 pawn.
Exactly. Well, defending the f2 pawn might be like kind of hard. Like,
right.
Give it up. Give it up. I'm going to take it whether you like it or not. Okay, so we do have queen f6, rook d1.
Yeah, now he's invited to take on f4, right?
Except the invitation is, it comes with no money back guarantee. You take on e7, we leave the tournament hall.
It surprises me that Wesley is actually thinking for so long, because we actually have seen this game before. It's a game between Blomqvist and Nesterov, and I'm seeing Dominguez this time, 27 minutes. Right. He's definitely aware of what happened in that game. Now, bishop to b6 is one of them, one of the moves. Bishop takes f2 was actually the choice of Nesterov in that one. Take on f2 and g5. This does seem a little bit loose for black. We're probably going to head into an endgame, and then my king on f2 is actually not going to be a bad piece at all. Instead of that, he decided to go bishop to c5, much more of a natural approach. But after rook takes d7, look, you were mentioning two bishops. I have control of the open files up to this point. It does seem like white got a slight edge out of the opening. What do you guys think?
Oh, very, very clear to me. And by the way, there's a very uninvited guest in the middle of the board there, rook d7. I mean, I get worried when I see those uninvited guests. And there you see a screenshot of the Magnus Carlsen versus a Nepo game. But we're going to keep our eyes on this one. Bishop c5, not a novel move, right? That's still standard stuff. But rook takes d7.
No, I think that's exactly what they said. So there was only one game which reached this position and was played bishop f2. So apparently it is a new move. How good it is, that's the other question.
Well, I understood from bishop b6 had been tried,
bishop b6
as well as bishop takes f2. Yeah. Bishop f2 looks like a very decent bailout when you think about it. But then if you end up playing after bishop f2, king f2, g5, as rook takes d7, right. Any ending, that queen f4 business, and white's king on f2 is looking perfect. Yeah. Like, not only do I take this pawn, but once I play this, the whole black structure looks pretty pathetic. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. Let's switch back to what we will call our marquee matchup between Magnus and Nepo, because, again, I think some very awkward and difficult decisions for both players are being answered very quickly. It's almost as if this very rare move a2, a3 was anticipated. I don't even know how to say it, but look at him go.
b4.
b4.
I'll tell you what it is.
Please.
Nepo is just ridiculously well prepared. For the last year and a half, he has mightily impressed with his opening preparation. He's just ridiculously good.
Well, one of the reasons why Magnus has complained about defending his world championship title is how much energy he has poured into this matches. Here is the lifetime in rapid chess, don't forget. I mean, they've played a lot of Blitz, they've played a lot of classical chess, but 24 wins to 11, I'm going to say that's pretty dominating performance.
Well, it is, but at the same time, winning 11 games against Magnus Carlsen doesn't matter the format. It's already an achievement, I have to say.
By the way, 34 draws, that's a lot of draws. These guys could write books just based on their rapid chess. And there you see Magnus kind of intimating, like, man, he's fallen right into my preparation. And let me ask you, Miro, has Nepo walked into Magnus' preparation? How would you evaluate this circumstance before?
Well,
if you move the knight, I can pretty much suggest knight takes e4.
yeah, knight take e4, and then we perhaps have to discuss a little bit this opposite colored bishop's ending. Yeah, like I don't know how black does it exactly.
Right, you can decide later.
Yeah, perhaps trades on c1, yeah.
Trade one time?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
And then,
I guess b7,
the b7 guy
issue?
is not very happy, and I probably will have to take the knight, otherwise knight g5. Yeah, so I'll have to take, I'll have to go b6 and pray I'm surviving. And it's not given, even though it's an equal pawns, you know, opposite colored bishops, but with the rooks on the board, it's always about, you know, activity, structure, it's very important, right? And everything favors white here.
Remember Magnus making an interview once where he said something as simple as like, well, it's a two results situation. So it was a successful opening because I'm the one with the two results. I either win or I draw. For Nepo, that's not exactly what he bargained for when he sat down to play his first black game against Magnus. So if it does go this way, I have to say that for Magnus, he'll be doing what Magnus does best.
It is going exactly that variation.
Yeah, so it is going in
knight takes c1 is on the board, and if he takes on c1, we expect knight takes c4 at one point to come. There's no reason why you wouldn't exchange those knights as black. So I think we're going straight into that line.
And question for you, Cristian, what's the eval?
I think Nepo is extremely happy with the result of the opening.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Because the eval is even Steven?
It's even Steven. Okay, sure, you have some weaknesses that you have to tend to, especially that pawn on h7. You have to lose another tempi to go h6. But once you manage to do that, there is absolutely no pull for white. And I think Nepo is generally used to more or less handle these type of positions. I don't think he's going to have any problems drawing this one.
No problems drawing.
I don't think so. I don't see it.
Well,
the material is too limited, and Nepo in general, I don't think he's afraid of this type of imbalances.
Well, I have to tell you, I've seen Magnus draw blood from stone, and maybe even smaller advantages than this one. So they are, Miro, going right down our yellow brick road. We do expect knight e5, bishop e4, b6, as you suggested, and how severe it is or not. Well, we'll be about to find out. For me, however, I'm seeing a lot of technical chess ahead of us. Let's see what we've got in some of our other games. We're going to walk around. We're going to take a look at the game between Shaq and Jordan Van Foreest. Looks like a very orthodox Queen's Gambit declined. Minority attack. Well, there is bishop takes f3, so Shaq will have to be aware of that. Let's continue our walk around. Ooh, this is interesting. These days, the Benoni and King's Indians are kind of rare guests. This looks like a delayed Benoni.
I was keeping an eye on this one. It's not a true Benoni, in fact, because
with e3. Maybe.
Yeah, he started with e3, and it was a Benoni tempo down, basically. No, seriously.
And they say if a Benoni is -1 pawn. How about if you get an extra tempo? Is it still minus a pawn, or is it minus a quarter of a pawn?
Yeah, it is still a Benoni. I mean,
it is
essentially, it's still a Benoni. I don't think Black should be very happy about his position. But yeah, who knows?
But this could have been everything. This could have been a King's Indian. This could have been a Grunfeld.
Right.
It started off from a Grunfeld probably perspective, but then Topalov played this move E3. inviting potentially King's Indian setup with d6 or Benoni, exactly what MVL chose to do. Now we know MVL is a Grunfeld expert, right? But recently he more or less stopped playing the Grunfeld as much. He started experimenting with other ideas, the Slav, the Nimzo, and so on. But right now we're seeing him going back to his roots, especially in a rapid time format, because this is what he remembers the best. This is what he spent his entire career analyzing, the Grunfeld that is, and this is what we're seeing from him right now. And I have to say, Veselin has not been as active, right? So you want to look at that when you're getting ready for this type of matches as well as MVL. I'm saying. So you're looking at Topalov, you know that he hasn't played as many games in this last year, and you're trying to take advantage of that.
But now, having said all of that, what was intriguing for me was during the years that Veselin was the world champion, he was one of the very few players who liked to play the Benoni as black. Like, he would challenge his opponent in these fierce theoretical battles where people would say, hey, let's not go there. So it's intriguing for me that MVL says, oh, I'll play the Benoni against a Benoni expert. That's quite the challenge. And by the way, we just saw D takes E6 by black.
Not very typical. Yeah.
Which is not the Benoni that we're all so used to seeing. I understand that Veselin's idea is to immediately to pounce on this open pawn, and I suspect, especially thanks to this move knight h5, that black's counterplay is all based on, you can take the pawn. Benoni players kind of, knight d5, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure about queen. Benoni players are kind of happy, like when they lose their weakness, right?
Yeah,
but I wanted to put but I wanted to put the knight on f4, and I didn't.
Perhaps what he's trying to take advantage of is the fact that you have those two bishops on the e file, and then I can focus on attacking the e4 pawn before you set up your defense with rook to e1. So maybe bishop to b7, you go rook to d1, and then I go back knight to f6. You also mentioned the knight on h5 is quite badly placed, so I might as well try to return it.
Makes a lot of sense. Black would be very happy, of course, to trade his backward pawn on d6 for this nicely centralized pawn on e4. Okay, we'll definitely keep an eye on that game. And finally, we get to Alireza Firouzja and the local hero, Ivan Saric. And wow, they just kind of blitzed their way through. This looks like one of those...
yeah, that's anti-Sicilian or whatever you... to me, it looked like Sveshnikov Sicilian.
Right. When you want to avoid those big theoretical duels, well, I must say, this also isn't a game that really is promising our viewers that much, as it looks very sterile at the moment. And so, guess what? We're right back to where we started the whole day, and that is from the Magnus Carlsen. Not your b6 move, by the way, which I thought was very decent. Once again,
Bishop b2.
Bishop b2.
This might be an immediate draw, right?
This might be, I wanted to come up with a brave conclusion. It might be a good move.
Well done.
Well done, Jan. Yeah,
I'm glad you made the trip. Why, if I may ask, rook b.
Then I take on a3.
Yeah, he captures.
And then I took it.
Now King c7.
King c7.
That's a tempo.
Now that was the move I wanted to see. So that on a future rook b3, the bishop has to chase it to c1, and then I trap the bishop.
You're being tricky. Okay, let's go h6. Let's say I don't believe you.
Uh-oh, did I miss something? And
no, you didn't, yes. No, you did.
I think you didn't. You're a tricky guy. You're a tricky guy.
It's such moments. It's good morning, St. Louis. whenever we hang a bishop, especially in bishops of opposite color position.
Yasser, one question. So you got everything you wanted, right? Bishop to e4. Even here, I think I have rook to b8, and that should probably equalize.
rook to b8, even here.
Even here.
I mean,
Yeah, but that's,
with a heavy heart.
That's, you know, rook a1.
Rook a1, rook takes b4.
Rook takes a3. I wouldn't be so sure about this.
Oh,
ending.
you're taking some pawns.
Miro, welcome to
Welcome to the club.
welcome to. So it's like one of those things when we're on a roll, especially Alejandro when he's here. It's sort of like Cristian becomes, you know, the go-to lamb. You know, we just kind of lead him to a slaughter. But what Cristian was mentioning.
Let me activate my little friend right here.
Turning
And
on
I'll
the
come back to
engine,
you
huh?
guys.
And when he does that too, by the way, it's a kind of a challenge. It's man versus machine before we know it. Yeah, I suspect we are really close to that almost certain equality, but it may require another
tiny
precise
bit,
move or two. By the way, Magnus also has an alternative. At this exact moment, after bishop b2, he doesn't have to go. He could sidestep and go rook check followed by a4. Although I must say that makes less of a powerful impression. Let's say king c7.
c7, a4, and perhaps
No, h6.
the only thing to discuss seriously, is it a draw after rook d8? Because h6, I think like it's your wars. I mean, rook d2 and some checks and...
We play on.
Yeah. But if rook
By
d8
the way, rook
works,
b1.
Rook b1. Ah, so he enters this line.
Exactly. Rook b1, bishop takes a3, box.
So maybe this king to c7 is just a really bad move, huh?
Well, again, because Magnus is slow playing this exact moment, I
Rook to
suspect
b3
he's
was
also
played.
thinking of rook b3.
It was played.
Or, yes, rook b3 inclusive.
And then captures. Okay.
Yeah. The first thing I saw was that, oh, that's a nice idea. Magnus wants, after the move bishop c1, to play f4, to snare the bishop. But I think that bishop does escape, but it would be a kind of a funny thing.
To walk all the way.
You walk all the way to trap the bishop. Did not happen. After bishop c1, we have bishop e7.
Okay, so let's try the right side. Let's go to e7.
e7, yeah.
To e7?
Yes, I mean, king to c7 does seem to be quite offbeat. Let's go to e7.
Yeah, but then perhaps rook c3 is the whole point of including rook b3 at the first
and
place.
then bishop
Exactly.
d2.
Bishop to d2,
Give a check. I go to f6 most likely.
and then I go b5, and I
B5.
make a pretense.
Yeah, well,
Can I
perhaps not.
pretend?
Perhaps not.
No, but now I
not
have bishop
for long,
a5,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, bishop goes to a5, and
No more
he
rook
puts it
d7
on
because of rook
b6, and it's just
It would be so solidly
gone,
anchored.
yeah.
It's gone. Whatever I had.
Yeah.
And it was rather fleeting, too.
He played king e7, so I think maybe we're going straight into that line.
I see.
Because if you allow me to go rook to d8, I think this is over, right? I mean, there's nothing you can ask for after that.
No, for sure. Cristian, any of the other games caught your eye? Because again, I see this as
I was looking, and maybe
pretty
you guys can
technical.
jump to that one, at the game between Mamedyarov and Van Foreest, because we're seeing indeed some imbalances in that one as well.
Okay.
And also some discrepancy in terms of their time situation. 17 minutes for Mamedyarov, only 13 minutes for Van Foreest. But definitely a very intriguing position with a lot of imbalances. Check that out.
Right, I've got it on my screen, and knight c4. Well, I would put it this way: that's a very in-your-face kind of a challenging move. I basically am saying, let me kill your minority attack. Once I play b5 with my knight sitting firmly on c4, there's no attack. By the way, let me just throw you a curveball, and I'm
Knight
threatening to
a3.
fork. But at the same time, by allowing this capture, you do give white suddenly this released central pawn duo. When you look at all of these pawns, kind of checkers-like, you say, well, that bishop on e6 does have the potential of becoming a passive piece.
yeah.
a5 mixes it up, and
Yeah, I think what he's doing is actually very clever. I mean, a5 and try to somehow to loosen a bit the queen side, because
yeah.
white looks very good in the center, but he needs a couple of tempi to build the position up. So I would not mind like playing f3, bishop f2, doing it slowly, you know, and that's
Right.
exactly what black is trying to avoid.
Yeah, at first I thought that Shaq was going to do something of this nature with the idea that he would skewer an exchange, but then it occurred to me that even if you win the exchange and I have the position with b4, I'll have a 4 versus 1 majority on the right side, and maybe that's not so good.
Well, that's actually very rare when you can say I have 4 pawns versus 1. Yeah,
Right.
but 3 versus 1 is fine, yeah, but 4.
That sounds like one too many to me.
Rook takes,
Rook takes
bishop
b5.
d7. Yeah, now if the rook goes, it's then b5. He reconnects the pawn mass. So perhaps
Exactly.
your knight c3. I don't know if it's valid here, if it's possible.
I don't know. I see a check that might disturb this whole idea of winning the exchange back. But having said that, I think some.
e5 maybe.
Well, I feel I'm on the edge of just being
h5.
worse.
No, you are making short moves, Yasser. Rook h5 is played.
Ah,
There is one target on the board that we did not talk about yet.
Pawn on h6, huh?
Yeah.
Mate, right?
e5, bishop f6, rook h6. Here you have
Let's
it.
go.
Yeah.
Right. That's how we work these things. I was teasing Gregory Kaidanov at the closing ceremony of the seniors. He's basically spent a generation of American players teaching them to control the center, develop their pieces to active squares, and protect the king. Once he's in the competition, he leaves all of his pieces on the first row, moves his knight away from the king, and goes for checkmate. You know, like what have you been teaching the American youth? Rook h5, would you be intimidated? I mean, honestly, you're attacking with a single rook. Come on. Okay.
No, that is not true.
It's not true.
I'm starting to see some very intriguing lines. For
Okay,
example, rook
jump on
c8,
it.
knight to f4. This knight is coming into play very,
What?
very
Knight F4?
quickly. Sorry, not knight to f4. e5 first, and then knight to f4. e5,
Okay.
get the bishop back. Now, that adds a defender to your position, so
Clear.
that helps you a little bit as well. Nevertheless, after knight to e4, for example, you try to go c3, check this line out. Rook takes h6, followed by knight to d5, knight to f6. I'm starting to see some checkmates. You have to take drastic measures with bishop to a4. But let's not forget, Van Foreest has to calculate all of these lines. And we know this is the typical position that Mamedyarov really loves to play and engage with. And this is most likely what he's headed towards. b5 was his choice. He's trying to develop his initiative as fast as possible. We're going to see a slaughter fest right now after e5, f4, f5. Black is going to try to do his thing on the queen side. White is going to try to deliver the checkmate on the king side. This one is going to have a very fun finale, guys. And what's happening in the Magnus versus Nepo game? Pretty much nothing. The bishop is on b6, finally defending everything. The rook is on d4. There's no way for you to penetrate on the 7th rank, unfortunately. I don't have any weaknesses as black. This one is over pretty much. We're going to see a shake of hands very soon. And let's take a look at the cameras. Let's see if the players are feeling that way as well.
And they're hard to see the clock times.
17 minutes for Nepo, 12 minutes for Magnus.
And king f6 is an indication we don't want to see king h5, king g6 charging up the board.
And that's what Magnus is going for.
Right. And, well, do we take the bull by the horns and play g6?
Yeah, g6 is always a tricky one, right? Because you're putting the pawn on the same color as the bishop, potentially giving white another weakness to work with.
Exactly.
I think you're just waiting for the king to go to h5.
And saying, I can live with you there. Well, what you would like, therefore, then, as black, is to make the fantastic move rook f2, just so you can challenge the rook. So something like rook f1, king h5, rook f1.
But okay, look, I'll give you everything you want. What's your next move after you put the king to h5? I'll stay on d4. Let's just stay on d4 and see whether you have any active plans.
Stay on d4.
With the rook on d4. So let's say I go rook d6, rook d4. I'm just
Okay.
wasting time at this.
So if I give you a rook f8 check,
To c8, I go rook d8.
Yeah.
So that's
once you go to
this is
c8.
absolutely right. Yeah.
So once I go to c8,
I go rook d8.
Rook d8, and that's a full, you just stop me at the gate.
You still have rook to c6. I'm not
Okay.
sure if this helps you. I don't think bishop f5 is a threat because I have all these ideas of h5.
Okay.
Not only that, I think g6 is absolutely a legit move, to be
Also?
honest.
Maybe
To
at
be
some
honest,
point it's time to
Yeah,
go
just-
g6. Yeah.
g6,
yeah.
h5, and
Again, Magnus will continue his squeezing Python-like technique. Rook c5. Okay, let me just refresh
Yeah,
my board for just a
'cause,
moment.
yeah, we've got
Yeah,
a
I think
few
we're just
moves.
seeing a repetition, guys. Rook to b1. That's an invitation to a draw.
Ooh, even king. Well, excuse me, the rook is already on c5. Sorry. No worries about
Let's see if he
king
goes rook to
h5.
b2 and follows it up, or if he tries some more.
One of the things, Miro, obviously you were watching the candidates tournament as closely as we were here in St. Louis. One of the things that was very impressive was that Nepo went through the entire candidates
We're seeing a repetition,
tournament
guys.
undefeated.
There we
And
go.
he was almost impervious. It was, oops, he looked up to make sure that they've made a 3-move repetition. And a friendly start.
Friendly start, yeah.
A draw. Our first result in this Zagreb Grand Chess Tour event as the world champion didn't really make an impression against Nepo. Nepo just held, I think, very comfortably.
I think the biggest impression he could potentially make today was with an
Already,
Yeah,
with
yeah.
his announcement. Yeah, and with again, for those who are joining us late, happy International Chess Day, everyone. Came the shocking news that Magnus will step down. He will not defend his title against Nepo, and instead, I believe Ding Liren will be invited to replace our retiring world champion.
Skipping this particular match, let's be accurate.
Right, but quite the legacy being stopped here. He had won 5 world championship matches going into what we thought would be a 6th.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember like casting the candidates for one of the YouTube channels, and at some point, inevitably comes, you know, the question who would be the worst challenger who potentially can beat Magnus Carlsen, and our commentators, they were grandmasters. I mean, our answer was nobody. Seriously, I mean, Magnus in perfect form, we still would believe. I mean,
Right.
cannot be dethroned.
Right.
But yeah.
Here in St. Louis, we were all pushing for the Americans, Nakamura and Fabi. And for the first half, at least, Fabi was actually doing a very
Yeah.
decent job.
Absolutely.
Forcing Nepo to play very successfully, which he did.
Yeah, so Fabi's fault. Yeah.
Yeah, right. He created a monster. I just have in front of me the game of Firouzja and Ivan Saric, and also just feels like, once again, rook and pawn end games, all rook and pawn end games are drawn, and this one
that was
certainly feels like that's going to be the case. Linear, Wesley So Linear. When we left it, we actually thought that, well, Wesley was in
Wesley
a little...
managed to bail out quite successfully, I want to say.
How
Rook
was he
d8.
so
I think
successful?
Rook d8 is.
So there was something wrong with rook takes b7. I'm assuming rook to the first rank was difficult.
No, I thought knight d6 for whatever reason, but bishop d6 comes with a check. I thought knight d6 and you can't take because queen f2, blah blah. But
check
bishop
is
d6
check.
is a check. Yes, so knight
Right.
d6.
I suppose it had. I mean, we'll let the theoreticians sort it all out for us. But I thought rook d1 might have been. In any case, Linear was happy to say, "Hey, I have the 2 bishops, and oh, by the way, don't forget that there's still some tactical issues. Maybe you have to answer."
Guys, we have to go to
Please.
this game between Mamedyarov and Foreest
It's
because
too
that
much
one
fun?
is just exploding. It's too much fun. Now, the problem with Mamedyarov's position is that he erred pretty badly. Right now, he's actually completely lost. Now, the reason why that's the case is that we are looking at this variation with e5 and then knight to f4. And now you get to put the knight on d5. If black tries to stop you with the move queen to c6, d5 comes on the board, and I just simply have too much of a pawn store in the center as well as on the king side. e6 is going to follow up, knight to g6. Everything is very close to your king. You're in trouble. Now, what he did was went the other way. And after knight to c3, queen to c6, the problem is you're not going to get the same setup. If you go e5, bishop to f8, now knight to d5 is not possible because the queen is protecting that square. And if you do go d5, queen to g6, this is a huge square for my position. If I manage to exchange the queens, your rook, first of all, is going to be in deep trouble. But also, this knight on c3 is very badly placed because b4 is going to attack it, c3 is going to come down the board. You're lost on the queen side. This is what we're seeing right now, queen to c7, and it does seem like Mamedyarov is taking a very long thing right now. From 12 minutes to only 8 minutes, and realizing that he might be just simply lost, busted right now because b4 is coming. If you put the knight on d5 first, there's no more e5 because now the knight on d5 is hanging. So there's no way to develop your attack as white. Big trouble for Shakhriyar right now after queen to c6 and dropping down to his last 8 minutes. Let's take a look at the camera and see his facial expression. Let's see whether he's concerned or whether he shows his opponent that he's concerned.
He looks pretty focused, Miro.
He does.
I mean, I think that is a look of concern. And Jordan, on the contrary, looks also rather confident. I mean,
I think he realizes that he
misplaced.
misstepped. Yeah.
Well, honestly, you know, sometimes especially when we look at the variation, we forget that players do not see it. And
of course
for
not.
them, it could
They
be
don't.
like not black is winning, but just a very sharp position. You start to sense, yeah, perhaps I went not kind of razor sharp. Maybe it was a better move, but yeah, we are seeing now. Let's say I see on my screen, yeah. Mamedyarov, I would declare dead lost, but once again, dead lost with equal material, board full of pieces. No, it's not that.
What was extraordinary to me was these ideas that the knight, once it lands on d5, once it lands on f4, is shockingly going, making it f6 and causing a lot of aggravation in black's camp, and that was such a remarkable difference. At first sight, you know, if somebody suggested to you, you know, I want to play knight c3 so I can play knight d5, you might think to yourself, that's quite reasonable.
Yeah,
I understand your motivation. And it turns out it makes all the difference in the world, and suddenly your center, pushes in the center don't hit their targets, and that move, queen g6, will
And this is what concerns me for this is what concerns me for white as well, because Jordan played queen to c6 instantaneously. So he kind of understood, or at least signaled that he understood the position and the requirements of the position. Knight to d5 is on the board right now.
Exactly, and I like
And
that.
bishop to f8 came immediately. once
Yeah, I
again.
like that move, bishop f8 a lot, you know, kind of just sidestepping e5. Bishop g3 also came very quickly. It's like Shaq is sitting there thinking, well, I'll get my bishop to e5. Not sure what it necessarily does once it arrives on this exalted square.
Yeah, it vacates the square for the rook as well. So now queen g6 at least, the rook won't be trapped.
Yeah, you get to play rook h4 on a good day.
Or knight f4, yeah. Knight f4 is there anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's just say rook b7.
Rook c8. Okay,
He,
he went rook c8.
he wants to push his pawns, understandable. And again, pursuing the attack with bishop e5, it all looks very charming, but that's not a threat.
Where's
first
the
of all.
threat? Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a while to even acknowledge there is some threat. By the way, rook c8 on the board. My bad. You know, it was, first of all, it was in his match with Nepo that Magnus himself proved that a bishop on f8 is a wonderful defender of the black king.
Absolutely.
But I remember Anatoly Karpov doing this in a Zaitsev, like for a better part of 10 years. You know, he put his bishop on f8, and there was only one guy, Garry Kasparov, that really proved, you know, it wasn't enough. Everybody else fell short of the goal, Miro.
Yeah, yeah, but that's a very typical setup. So you just put the push pawn f8, and it's very, very hard to get to the king.
Exactly.
Rook to e1
Rook
on the board.
E1.
And by the way, another player that's taking over is MVL versus
Against
Topalov.
Veselin.
Yes.
That was the Benoni, how do we even call it? The delayed Benoni?
Yeah, something ironic, yeah.
Well, again, ironically to our simple eyes, board full of pieces, like you said, Miro, it wouldn't cross my mind that the evaluation is terrible.
And it is terrible.
It is
man,
terrible.
Look at those
B4,
pawns rolling down the board.
Rook c3, a4, push him, baby.
Yeah,
let's get those guys. Let's get those.
He's not
doggies
very
moving.
subtle. That's
He's
for sure.
not subtle at all.
Controversial opinion, it's very easy position to play for white. Because you know you're not stopping this pawn. So you're just throwing everything at the king. If it
Checkmate.
works, it works. If it doesn't, okay, bad for you.
Next time. Let's jump to that MVL game that you were mentioning because things have gotten worse and worse
Whoa.
for
So a lot of
Veselin.
stuff happened.
So he decided, well, we left it
Back
it
to
here.
move 13, yeah. No, even
And
earlier. So
even
he
he
went queen
took-
c1. Yeah, queen c1.
He gave up his beautiful dark squared bishop for a lousy pawn. Can you imagine that?
Well, and pawn tend to be not so lousy, right?
And then he had to sacrifice an exchange for a dominant knight. And Veselin is one of those players in the mold of Bobby Fischer who just prized the two bishops. If you look, for example, in his World Championship match against Vladimir Kramnik and Alista, one of his spectacular victories was with the two bishops.
Yeah.
And he proved it. But I don't think this is one of those great moments because this bishop is actually about ready to get booted, and this knight is not impressing. And by the way, that's a second exchange.
Well, that's not clear to me. I mean, it fell apart so quickly.
Exactly.
So, well, the moment the pawn was lost or sacrificed, I believe it was sacrificed.
It was a very strange decision here. I mean, everybody plays queen d2 more or less
that's what I
without a lot
thought.
of thinking about it. He did end up capturing.
Okay,
and
queen
then
to c1, rook to d1, yeah, and then black
there goes the pawn.
captures the pawn. But yeah, but still, I don't believe that it's like white has to be, like, what's the evaluation now? Like -4 or something in 5 moves? No, sometimes, yeah, you just have to shape up and play this position pawn down. Yeah, and he was
Right.
trying to prove that, okay, it was conscious decision, I had everything under control, and then here goes the exchange sacrifice after that, and so on.
And guys,
Exactly.
just to ask you a quick
Please.
question, ask the panel a quick question, because we didn't talk about this game. Not a lot was happening, at least up to this point. But how is the endgame in Firouzja versus Saric right now? Is it that easy for Saric to hold that position
That was the
anymore?
rook
Maybe
and-
you guys can...
Whoa,
something has changed.
A lot has changed. A rook and pawn ending where it looked like everything was even, but somehow black gave up his c6 and d6 pawn.
Like, what if I just push right now? C5. Yeah, like
c5.
how
So
how do you play this
they
position?
say rooks belong behind passed pawns.
And he went for it.
c5.
C5 is on the board. Yes.
Well, that's my analysis. Oh, he did it. There was a slow. Your rook on g8 is too strong. I think I have to play rook g1 and king f7 first, just to kind of
take
push that
advantage
rook
of the
away
fact that I
before
cannot play c6.
Yeah,
immediately.
perhaps.
Well-
yeah, like rook g1 looks very clever, and not to drag your pawn forward, but yeah, to
be
evict
able
the
to-
rook from
to-
the g file first.
Right, so that it will go. First impressions are the white is for choice.
Absolutely. So let's go king to... Do we have to stay on d2 to protect c1, or do we want to go forward? Let's go forward. Let's go king b4, right?
King b4, just get on with business. Yeah,
Yeah, so king to f7.
king to f7.
Let's go rook to g1 is on the board. So he's definitely sensing the danger of this
Is
pawn coming
Ivan
down the board.
Saric, yeah. And where is this rook going? We can decide it later, but let's just say for the
let's
moment
see
we
if
give it
goes
as much
there. G pawn goes, C
flexibility.
pawn goes, yeah.
G pawn.
G pawn goes c7 and rook c1 and black's winning, I want to say.
Well, no, I queen, right?
Ah, well, the pawn's on g3. Yeah, yes, yeah.
Good morning.
Well, yeah, thank you very much.
But
yeah.
we do go
Yeah,
check.
I have a check, yeah.
Yeah,
You're
that's what I mean.
absolutely Right,
Yeah, exactly.
So the
That's
rook
what
on
I
a8 was probably not.
Good,
amazing.
good. So at the moment,
We'll keep an eye on this one, for sure.
on our studio, we're kind of thinking it's still not completely clear after rook
Absolutely.
g1.
No, I think we have to go back to Mamedyarov versus
Please,
Van
let us
Foreest.
do it.
Absolutely. It's interesting, though, Yasser, how the only game that we initially picked up, Carlsen and Nepo, finished in a draw quickly. The other games are going and even
And exciting and everything else.
Dry rook endgame all of a sudden becomes,
Right.
becomes exciting.
Okay, we do have b3 on the board and queen d. Again, from Shaq's point of view, he has a dream. Rook and rook. I suspect that a move like rook takes e5 is actually
some
just
point
going to.
is a cooler.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's because I just don't see how I'm going to stop these black pawns. It's like the horde is coming down the board and it's going to be bad. Now, having said that, like you said, white's play is so easy. There's nothing to discuss. You just put everything against the king and hope
okay, let's
it hits.
invent some lines. So b8 for the moment, I'm probably just taking on a2, right? So let's pretend you go a3. Yeah. So you want
Yes.
protected passed pawn on b2.
I do.
So rook to g3.
Yes.
Now we do threaten a little capture
Check.
on h6. So you
Right.
go with your exchange sacrifice, right?
Right.
Yeah, pawn takes,
And then.
and you go b2.
Yes.
And I was planning to be brilliant and go knight f6 for whatever reason here.
So
And
you do
then-
have a nice
yeah.
checkmate on the g8 square.
Yeah. Okay. I'm all of a sudden optimistic, even though you promote on b1 with a
the
check. King goes to h2. I'm still optimistic about white's chances. Maybe for no particular reason. Maybe you'll find a defense.
I'm afraid I'll have to do something. If I move my bishop, rook h6 wins. Queen takes f6.
Queen takes f6. That's what I was thinking. But then,
pardon,
yeah,
ef.
it's not that you have such a huge material advantage all of
Anymore.
a sudden. Yeah.
Like, where did it all go, right?
Yeah,
Wow.
and it's
By
sharp
the
at
way,
least,
we
yeah.
do have a3 on the board, which is an indication that players are following our precepts. Once again, we're expecting rook g3. I played. I can sacrifice your pieces as well as anybody. So I can sacrifice exchange. Maybe I have to do something a little bit more.
Like king h7.
But wait a minute. No, rook takes doesn't work now anymore.
Yeah, because queen takes. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what you would like to do. You want to take on h6 so that black
Mate.
captures with the pawn, and then it's check and mate, and it's fun and
everybody's
interactive.
happy. Yeah, fun and interactive. Very nice. We do
Queen
have
g5
rook
all of a
g3.
sudden there.
Rook to g3 is on the
Yeah,
board.
rook on
but
g3 is on the board. And
By
after
the
you-
way, queen
yeah, some
g5
queen
start-
g5, queen g6. Yeah,
I
you're
have
still.
to say that's a menacing amount of pieces around
but-
Black's king,
No,
right?
but seriously, you can easily go wrong with black.
So let's take on e5.
Well,
let's
that's what we
eliminate that
did.
bishop.
We did, and then we
Probably-
even let you make a queen.
Can he go c3,
c3, rook takes c3, right?
b2?
What? Oh, that's a distraction.
Ah, so that's.
b2. You're trying to stop all my fun.
Yeah, apparently this works. Yeah, but that was.
That was
close.
That was a nasty.
Queen g5, just for the nice looking move, but it doesn't work. Again,
Well, then
queen
c1
G6
might
or
be,
something.
He's
C3,
going for it,
C1.
guys. Rook takes c5 is on the board.
Okay, that's like I said. I can sacrifice Jordan's pieces, and so can Jordan. He's
absolutely.
perfectly capable of sacrificing.
Yeah, but now it is important that he goes c3 and not. I don't know if b2,
B2.
works. Yeah, but according to what we thought.
I guess you just have to open the c file, right? Open the c file, then put the pawn on b2, and it's just unstoppable after that.
It's so very rare that we get to discuss a position with three queens. Let's have some fun. Again, it's at somebody else's expense. C3, take a pawn.
Yeah,
You
so
can make a
C1 queen. Yeah, king H.
I might try to get the fourth one.
Yeah, well, actually, that's what I was about to say because it's
Because my desired knight f6 is probably going to be met by queen
bishop
e6.
bishop e6, queen e6. Yeah, so we brought
No, bishop e6. No, the queen on
Yeah.
c1 defends h6.
So what I wanted to say, like, you know,
Okay, but queen
sometimes
e6, yeah.
you bring everything and
Right.
it's still not enough.
And
Yeah,
it's
you
still-
brought literally all the pieces. Yeah.
It's still not enough. Oh my! It's by the way, Jordan
C3 is
Van
on the board, guys.
Foreest.
C3.
C3. What a move! Gosh, that's visual. There was a Le Bourdonnais game that made an incredible impression on me when I was a kid. It was like there was black pawns on d2, e2, f2.
Le Bourdonnais, one of the games from the match.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, of course I remember. I
Right.
witnessed this. And what year it was, Yasser?
1852 or something like that. You know, Le Bourdonnais. But you don't see A3, B3, C3
Very often,
often, right?
It's not legal.
Wow. C3 on the board. Jump in, Christian.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean,
visually.
right now he's completely busted.
Wow.
Mamedyarov is lost. He can basically resign. He can make a few moves. He can try to go queen f4, queen takes f7, then realize that the queen on c1 actually protects everything. And then
Everything.
resign. It's a rough position, and you don't have a lot of options, right? Because you're at the end of the road. These pawns are going, and one of them is going to promote. Knight takes c3, also b2, also bishop to b4. But once again, this is a staple of my defense. The bishop on f8. I really like this whole construction. Queen to c6, followed by bishop to f8. Everything was nicely understood by Van Foreest, and after that, he just started pushing his pawns. Now, this goes to show how important timing is in chess, right? Because if he would have started pushing his pawns and leave the king uncovered, unfortunately, probably he would have ended up on the other side of this result with a win for white. Checkmate in the position. But he firstly secured his king's position and then pushed his pawns. Really nice game. Knight to f6. Check that move out.
Sorry to interrupt you, but what a visual. Knight to f6.
Knight to f6
No,
was
that's
quite
great.
a move.
Queen takes h6 as mate. He said, please take my queen.
That was probably the last attempt, right?
Right.
That was a nice move anyway. Yeah, c takes d2 and then rook h6.
Rook takes h6, and what remains is what remains. Mate.
And now queen to e6.
So
Secures
Jordan,
everything. Yes.
not interested in seeing a checkmate, gave up his queen. Take my queen, I'll take yours. Queen takes d7, said Shaq. Queen e6. And what you were talking about, the stable nature of
that's resignation right there.
it's this bishop on f8.
Yeah. Stable bishop on f8 and yeah.
What a game! I
Guys,
mean, excuse me, but that deserves a real
Yes,
applause.
yes, absolutely.
That was great. The final position, 3 pawns.
Yeah, but
I mean, he worked
lot
hard.
of excitement. Yeah, a lot of excitement.
The
Yasser,
pawns
yeah.
got pushed.
And I think the other game is over as well.
Yeah,
and we have a victor as well. MVL has won. Sorry.
In another super visual fashion as well, there's a checkmate coming in the next move. So
A double checkmate, in fact.
double check. That's a nice one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Double checkmate.
Yeah, double checkmate. Have you ever done that? I've made many double checks, but I can't recall having played double checkmate.
No, I don't think I've done it. Yeah, like it's a very common pattern that you use double check to checkmate on the following turn, right?
Exactly,
I mean,
exactly. You move your bishop with a discovery by the rook
And-
to
and yeah, and
g5,
then
and
say,
then you
yeah,
go rook to d8. And this last move would be a check with a
G3.
knight, inviting queen takes g3. But of course, this bishop is also checking, so it's a double checkmate. How about you, Christian? Have you ever played a double checkmate?
I'm sure I did. But not in. I don't think in a classical game. Blitz for sure.
Blitz,
I've
maybe.
had plenty of them. Classical, I cannot remember any double checkmate. It's a visual, nonetheless.
Me either. So we have 2 games remaining at this point. Wesley, so
Yep,
Lanier,
they're still going, and actually we still have that end game, and a lot
2
of things have happened.
bishops. Rather imbalanced, I must say.
Yeah. The material is quite limited on that one. I would probably stick with Firouzja versus Saric, just because Saric only has 50 seconds
Oops.
and Firouzja 11 minutes. There's a huge difference in their time management right there.
Okay, and by the way, we did see that move rook g1, followed by king b4, king f7, rook h8. We didn't know where to move the white
So
rook.
he
We moved it
decides
to
on
a8.
H8, yeah.
He decided to go to, he wanted to bring his king over to the queen side.
Yeah.
Makes
So
some sense, though, right? I
even
mean,
on
it's not
the
so
8th
easy.
rank, right? He ends up being on, after rook h7 check, he ends up being on d8. Don't go to d6, yes.
Yes, I will do my best. d8 is forced because the desirable move, by the
king
way.
d6 would be nice, yeah. If not for this single check.
Nice little checkmating pattern. So you can force me back, but somehow I'm in the way of the pawn. Maybe the rook check didn't help you.
No, but
Oh,
I
sorry?
thought like king goes forward, like king b6 now, and
well-
I'm threatening c7, so you're forced to check, king
Correct.
c5. And then you will not check me one more time, but you'll take the pawn, yeah. So
Yes.
confess, that's what, that's what you want to do.
I need the confession booth. I want to bring back the confession booth. I always liked that.
So rook g7, yeah, check and rook g7, perhaps what I have to do, and it's still white who's
Well,
like,
I'm just thinking that
king
you-
b6.
Yes,
Fine.
that I could, use the shelter, but on the other hand, great, I'm sheltered, but am I so happy standing in front of the pawn? Maybe I have to go to c8, right? So I could shelter myself like this, right? Here,
a7, but
here.
that's the moment where I could go king
King
d6.
d6, I think.
When you go to a7. But that's a
Good
tricky one.
point. Good
That's
point.
a tricky
King
one.
d6. Wow. Okay. More tricks than we expected in this ending. How difficult is it for the players to navigate, Christian?
Well, at least according to the engines, this is still within the equality margins. Nevertheless, again, I'm only looking at the time right now. 50 seconds is not going to be easy, and this is what Firouzja is trying to do as well. He's trying to find ways to confuse his opponent.
Right.
Because he doesn't want to give him easy moves, like rook
Right.
to b3, king to a6, that's an easy move. So rook to h7, king to d8. But how
On
do
the
you
board.
continue is the question.
Yeah.
Rook to d7 to defend the d3 pawn, and maybe then try to get the king to b6. Maybe that's one way.
Okay. Rook d7 check, king c8.
And then king to b6.
And then-
g4, the problem is. That's the thing. It seems like black's moves are quite easy as well, at least forced in the position.
Right. Like you say, time being a factor, you want to give your opponent a little rope to hang themselves
Yeah, yeah.
with,
well-
not to make them walk the plank in a very forceful
Yeah,
way. So
absolutely.
they
When,
don't-
when you actually give checks, right?
Yeah.
You kind of push him. He will not blunder. He will not go
Right.
king d6. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I remember, yes, like first half of when you're a kid learning chess and your coach telling you, try to avoid the positions with only moves. Yeah, when you have to make only moves. And later, much later on, you realize that that's the easy part. Right? When you don't have a choice, finding those only moves.
those only
Strangely
moves.
enough, it's easier than when you're on seconds and you kind of have a choice, but you don't know where to go.
Exactly. Sometimes you just got to, you try to put problems in front of your opponent, but then suddenly you reach a moment when you realize I really can't force the problems for my opponent. I have to let him discover them.
Yeah, absolutely.
let him make problems for himself. The times have been
7 minutes against 58 seconds.
okay.
58 seconds. How about, we were trying to confuse, like, does d4 confuses by
wow.
any chance? Because I still like my idea of going to d6. I don't know if...
D4.
Okay,
So
let's take that.
I believe I'm no good against computer. If computer says it's a draw, it must be a draw, but at least as,
Right.
as a try.
So the idea.
So the point is, of
Liz,
course, to try to go king b6.
And then once I check you.
But one question. Maybe I
Yes.
don't have to check you. Maybe now I can go
D3.
D3.
Ooh.
Is that a move?
That might be
yeah.
that might be an oopsie daisy. C7 is.
Yeah,
C7, king C8.
C7.
I was
you
afraid
can-
of rook takes.
Yeah,
rook
C7
takes
you
C7.
can
That's
take.
even better,
That's,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
worse. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
So I'm probably, I want to say I'm not losing still because of like
Some
checks and
but
so on.
it's
Yeah.
not what you bargained for when you played
Absolutely, yeah.
your genius D4. Whoa! That will really upset the balance in the position.
Okay, so we have 2 games going still.
And just to give
Okay.
you an update, I don't think much is happening in the other one
Nothing.
either.
That's a same color. Whoa.
Pawn up.
But this
but-
pawn is actually the good one.
The H pawn. But can we keep it? That's the question. Because what he's trying to do, if I understand it correctly, like king H5. No, he threatens bishop C3. Right?
Followed by king h5
Yeah.
and just sent that.
So bishop
Linear.
A3 actually stops it for now.
Clever.
Okay.
So now let's just go king h5.
King h5,
Put
bishop.
bishop pawn
to
e7 and then go
E7,
a4.
And
How is
then
that?
you push the A pawn.
Yes.
A little distraction, and doesn't matter what you stop it with. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice decoy. I must. And by the way, do we have that on
Yes,
the board?
that's
Yeah.
on the board.
Yeah.
It's pretty straightforward.
You
You
know-
go a3, you take on c3 and king h1.
Unfortunately, we weren't paying too much attention to that game, but it feels like it's one of those where Wesley nicely escaped somehow. There was some really, really deep and clever preparation in that game, and it wasn't enough. Wesley handled his business rather
Okay,
well.
guys. Well, I mean, that's
Look at
2
this.
versus 1. You know,
Here's
there's something to
Firouzja.
work with.
Draw.
Yeah, draw with only the kings on the board, yeah? Oh, maybe I
And?
got an extra bishop, which doesn't count. But here, in this remaining game, we have 2 versus 1
But
for
I sus-
Firouzja.
Well, yeah, but I suspect it's going to be 1 versus none soon. I think
and
you're
you
going to
mean-
see rook g5.
And rook to e3.
And rook to E3.
Introduction to Mr. Philidor.
Exactly.
So, rook to e3, king to b6,
Rook check.
king to c5,
Rook back to
then
check.
maybe king to d6.
And rook check.
But then, yeah,
You're
then,
telling me that I don't have anywhere to hide, huh? But then I go king e5.
I mean,
No, king E5,
still
king C7,
going.
that's a
It's
problem.
obviously still going. It's not that, yeah.
It's
that
not
obvious.
stop. Bang, bang, bang.
In fact, Yasser,
What?
maybe it's too late to look for a draw because G3 happens to be a blunder. Maybe Christian
Really?
will.
It is.
Yeah, will,
Wow.
yeah. So
Maybe I
that's-
had to start with rook e3 or something of that.
Yeah, well, perhaps. Yeah, but it's
Hard-
clear. It's clear that
I mean,
G3.
I must say, I might have fallen for the same trap myself and played g3 rather without thinking.
You know, I'm cheating a little bit seeing the evaluation, not even the lines, but evaluation. 5 other moves. So basically was G3 loses and all the
Other
you
reasonable
could give
choices.
a check, you could go to D1 and so on. So G3 itself is the problem for whatever reason.
Wow.
And that is not easy to understand. And
Not at all.
that's-
Not
at
when
all.
you're playing rapid chess and you got 50 seconds on your clock.
Yeah, you see the pawn, you push the pawn.
Right?
That's how it works. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, that's how we were taught, you know.
Yeah, but
you have a
really-
passer, grab it, and has Ivan come to determine that he has blown it? It's still, again, it's not that
it's
obvious.
still a game. It's still a game. Let's
Right?
see.
Yeah. It's just that computer now heavily favors white, and
Right.
in such positions we can trust computer 100%, I believe.
That's a
Well,
good
are we in the
direction, king to
table?
C4.
I mean, we have to.
We
be
are in
the
table-based
table-based
territory, yes.
Yeah, like King C4 is a strange decision, to be honest.
The best move?
The best move,
The
though.
best move, yeah.
Would you play King C4? Yes.
I think so in that case, just because I saw that.
You can, at the very least, you can repeat.
You're right, exactly. I don't, and I have this move. which I'm banking on as white, that I wanted to stop king c7 in all my...
Honestly, I still cannot believe that black cannot trade the g pawn, which is like far advanced passport, for at least something.
Exactly.
So
I feel
it
like
is there,
I'm in a Karsten Mueller masterclass that in these positions you should do X, Y, and Z, and you make a draw, and you're a genius, right? And here you're spinning your wheels and saying, I don't see the draw. I mean, you're facing a very serious task. E5, E6, rook check, E7.
Absolutely, yeah, perhaps.
And rook to g7 was indeed the only move in the position that
G7
wins.
was the only
That
move
was
to
Rook
win.
winning.
g7, great move by Firouzja.
Okay.
Oh,
Wow,
that was made with 5 seconds on the clock.
I was about to say, he sure played it with alacrity when he did get round to it, right?
Now it's time to pick up some pawns, right? Take on g3, and that
Is it
that's just a
necessary to take on?
technical victory, I think.
Take on g3 is a technical victory?
Take on g3, then get the king on the e file in front of the pawn, and that should be a win, right?
Rook takes g3, king d. Oh, he's
King to
reaching for his
c7,
rook.
rook to
G6.
g6.
I don't like rook G6, to be
I
honest.
like it. Why not? That's an extra pawn.
Yeah,
And
well,
now,
perhaps. Yeah, but king D5, I think
And
was kind of
putting the-
winning automatically, right? This
you get the
short
setup with
side,
the-
wrong side. Well,
Yeah, you get your king and rook check,
but it will actually
driving
be
the
the
king
same,
to
yeah?
e5.
King
get
to
the king to
D5
E5.
anyway.
Oh, but this makes it much easier because you
Yeah,
go
'cause
king
you can
to
actually
e5,
go-
rook e6,
Yeah.
and then you get to keep both pawns.
And Firouzja knows it right now.
Yeah, he's
He got this
feeling
one
it.
in the
Yeah, I
bag.
think he does, and he still has almost 5 minutes, right?
Yeah,
That was the downfall for Saric. He left himself with just too little time on the clock in this endgame. And Firouzja was able to find this imbalance 2 versus 1.
Well-
Very nice play, by the way, by Firouzja.
yeah, but at the same time, I mean, again, I feel a little bit sad for Ivan because the move g3, I mean, what an unlikely culprit. I mean, it just looks like such a natural move, and everything else would have drawn, and that was a losing move.
Honestly, I still keep wondering how he ended up in this 3 versus 3 endgame, because before that, if you remember, it looked fairly symmetrical
Exactly.
and absolutely like
Equal.
no risk whatsoever. Yeah, it wasn't that Firouzja was better. right?
Exactly. So we are now expecting rook e6 and something like king f6 to king e7, and you're 2 pawns to the good. But
Yeah, he's thinking Alireza.
So do you go rook to e6?
I do.
Or do you go king f5 and king e6 and just play that, allow the king to take on
Yeah.
c6 and play that position?
He
Rook
does
to
go
e6.
rook e6.
All right, so what if I go rook to f1?
Yeah, you can force white apparently to switch to this position with 1 pawn, but the winning one.
With the king on e6 or even
Yeah,
e7 and escorting the pawn through.
So first you get the pawn to e5 and then you get the king all the way to e7.
Right.
That's the plan. Got it.
Here we go. King f6
King f6, rook h6.
and king f5.
King f5, rook h5, king g6, and we're going to see a lot
Yeah,
of checks.
Right.
Yeah, so the game is kind of still going, but by that point, I think.
Again, a big shout out to our viewers. Thank you so much for joining us here in St. Louis as we're looking at the Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb. For those of you who would like to ask Miro or Christian or myself any question, you're welcome to do it through the social media of tweets and all kinds of good stuff. I mean, we are available, Miro. You can't believe how good our availability is.
I'm waiting for the questions. I like
Exactly,
what's the weather in
exactly.
St. Louis.
Right? I mean, we get a lot of questions, including, I will speak for the audience, what were your favorite books? What books did you learn the most from? And it's remarkable how different our panel was in those answers. E5, rook. e4. Again, Ivan's trying to make it as difficult as he possibly
fighting
can.
for his life, yeah.
Right, absolutely. And
Well, actually, the rook itself is a little bit awkward on e6.
no question about it. I'm expecting king f6 with the idea of rook to d6, just so that you can
so
cut the rook, cut the king off, right? I would play king
But
g5 myself
Wasn't
here.
rook to e8 followed by e6 just...
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. By that point, it feels like everything's winning.
But here, rook to d6. So rook to d6 is kind of my choice, with the idea that I could go rook to d1
Rook to d6, yeah.
or rook to d2 and
Make some space
e6
for the
and
king.
and
Yeah.
Firouzja. What do you think of this young man's technique? We saw some of his best and worst chess in the candidates, I felt.
Well, candidates somehow it struck me like he was not prepared in the opening. It feels like,
Right.
yeah, even though it was a lot of talking about him becoming the next challenger and so on and so on. So I don't know what happened, but he was not up to the task in the opening.
Exactly.
And really suffered a couple of painful defeats.
Exactly.
And
What's intriguing about today's announcement, and again, to those of you who are just joining us, we did have this shocking news on this International Chess Day that Magnus Carlsen will not defend his title against Nepo. Concerning that news, Magnus had said he would have looked forward to a new challenger, and specifically mentioned the new generation of Firouzja that he might have accepted.
yeah.
In light of today's announcement, it feels like maybe that wasn't a possibility.
I'm starting to warm up to this announcement and to his decision, because he left the door open of a potential return. He said that in the future, maybe I will return to the World Championship cycle. So
Yeah.
I think what he's doing is, leaving the crown for a couple of years, letting some other people battle for it, and then come back and win it again.
In glorious fashion.
In glorious fashion. That's the story
well.
that he wants to create right now.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
There's a few holes in this beautiful story.
In this story, yeah. I just realized because I was
We need to
trying
stay with the board
to
because-
sum up all the conclusions that are made, like Dingliren fighting for the match all of a sudden, right, and so on and so on. And I thought, yeah, Magnus, he will play the new champion, he'll return the crown. Wait a second, he will have to play in the candidates.
Correct.
Because he would guarantee, and he's not guaranteed a spot yet,
Because
unless
of
he
his
qualifies by
rating?
rating. Yeah, probably
Right.
he is guaranteed, right?
Okay.
But he would not be a second place in the World Championship match. I mean, he doesn't qualify from the World Championship
No,
match, for
because
example,
he's
because
not the
he's not
runner-up.
playing. Yeah, he's not a runner-up. Yes.
That if we're still going to have candidates, maybe he's looking for an angle to change the format altogether. King to e7, that's hesitant.
I think he suddenly realized that king e6, king takes c6, rook c2 check
He
might
can
be...
get another file.
Yeah, push the king away. King e6 with the idea of rook c2, whether you take the pawn or not, it suddenly becomes very attractive. King e7 must be winning,
Yeah.
but king e6 might as well also be a winning move. Weigh in, guys.
How many legal moves there? 6, right?
That could
I can tell you 5 of them are winning, and the 6th one is rook f2.
He's losing.
But I like this move. I think that this move, with the threat of rook c2, keeping both pawns, whoa, Ivan allows him to keep both pawns.
So you can play rook c2 now.
Yes. And then instead of having an awkward rook, I actually have a great rook.
Now, the only reason why I would have seen actually Magnus continue defending his title is just because he's such a numbers guy and he loves breaking records. He said that he's going to go for this 2900
Right.
rating. He is always looking for the next challenge. Now, the problem with the next challenge is most likely going to be that 7 titles won by Garry Kasparov, right? He wants to get to that number. The way he sees that is that even if he relinquishes the title right now, he still has the chance to come back and get to that number, right? So I think this is the way he's looking at this whole drama.
So help me with Gary's 7. I'm counting Gary's
6.5 or
6 because the first match was aborted.
yeah, 6.5, I guess.
Yeah.
I think that's actually how he called it as well. He said
6.5.
6.5. Yeah.
Right. I was going to say that the World Championship match that Magnus won in Dubai was the first time he really had what I would call a clean victory against Sergei Karyakin and Fabi. He went to overtime. So it wasn't like he convincingly won in the classic or something like that. Against Vichy, he had some troubles, I think, actually in the second match, but all right.
But only early on. Like in the late stages, we kind of already knew that he's the clear favorite to win it.
Exactly. At last, the king has arrived on e8. The pawn is about to arrive on e7.
Yeah, but the funny part, you will have to abandon the c pawn at the very last moment.
True, in order to extricate
the king. So you'll play e7, you'll put the rook on the f file, and you'll still have to build the bridge or whatever, use the umbrella, or whatever you call it.
Yeah, exactly.
And how do you do that first? You give a check on d7, try to get the king on c8? Are you trying to be a perfect...
Right. Playing...
Yeah, well, actually, what do? You go to what? To d2 now, right?
d2, yes.
You give a check.
Yes, get the king to c8.
Then I go c7. Then I get rid of this pawn. And I come back to the stuff I know.
I like that.
Exactly.
I like that.
No, but that
By the
rook
way,
h2
rook
is
f8. Rook f8 is on
rook
white's
f8 or rook f7. Yeah.
Right.
And by the way, it seems like Alireza did spend most of his time trying to figure this endgame out. From 17 minutes at the beginning of the endgame against 1 minute, now he's at 40 seconds against 30 seconds.
Wow.
But he will find it out.
Finally,
he figured it out.
Yeah,
yes.
rook h8 to f8, and then your king manages to find a square on f7.
Yeah. That's the forced way out. And there's no
He's
tricks.
taking some time on his clock.
Yeah, sometimes it's really surprising. No.
Not yet.
He's
Wait
going
a
for your
second.
idea, rook to d7 and c7.
Wait a second.
Can he play rook to d7? Oh, you have to play king c8.
He
King
can.
c8,
Yeah.
yes.
Check. King c8.
And
Because
c7,
king
he's
takes
going for it.
c6 is king d8. That's the easiest of the easiest.
And he went for this idea. No, but why?
To force the king to take the pawn.
That
the
was
c
a
pawn.
very strange decision for me too. I'm not quite sure. Okay, now rook check and king f7, right?
Yeah, check and king f7 just wins.
Right. And
that's
now
it.
we can zigzag our way right back towards the rooks.
Now it's resignation time.
On series of checks. Good call there, Christian. As we have another win. We out of our 5 games, Miro, 3 decisive results out of 5.
3 decisive results out of 5, and also what I would call it the game of the tournament already. That Jan van Foreest versus Mamedyarov game was just ridiculous.
Right.
A3, B3, C3, are you kidding me? Where do
Right,
you see that?
A3, B3, C3. I don't think I ever had that. I mean, I've had my fair share of passers, don't get me. But here we have it, Miro, after...
the standings after round 1, Alireza Firouzja, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Jordan Foreest tied for the first.
As always in these Blitz and Rapid, the 2 points for Rapids and 1 point, the traditional scoring system for Blitz, because we're playing a single round robin of Rapids and a double round robin of Blitz. We're going to take our first, but first let's jump to Zagreb with Alejandro with a guest.
Thank you, and we're here with one of the victors of today's round, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Welcome to Zagreb. Great way to kick off the tournament.
Yeah, France is doing well.
Very well. 2 out of 2 for the French team here in Zagreb. Take us a little bit through what happened in your game. It seemed like you just took the initiative from the get-go.
Not really. I'm not happy with what I did in the opening. It's 96, 97. It's not here, of course. It's when the night is 92. And here, of course, I'm worse. Like, I want queen d to f5, but of course I'm worse. But d takes e6 made me think like I was getting away with it. And yeah, he just took the pawn, and I'm assuming I'm doing very well here, which is basically what happened. So, like, yeah, f5 was a good move to, again, take initiative, threaten f4, and yeah, then it was more or less over.
Yeah, it seemed that he fell apart quickly after that. Of course, we are a little bit limited in time. We have 5 minutes until the next round, but we have to ask you, we have to ask everybody. Yes. The big news came out today. What are your feelings as a player that is participating in the World Championship cycle?
Yeah, by then I was not surprised anymore. Like, at first I thought he would play, but in the last few days it was clear Magnus wouldn't play.
What made you think that? What made it so clear?
Well, basically what was being told, in the sideshow, yeah, like so internal
sources.
Internal sources. So anyway, I mean, it's Magnus' decision. Like, for me, it doesn't change anything for now. Now the question is, of course, it will not, of course, provoke a change of cycle this time, but maybe for the next cycle, actually. So then, the best thing is, of course, to get everyone at the table, Magnus, other players, to think about what we want. I mean, it could be that we don't change anything, but it's a pity, of course, when as world number 1 and world champion for 10 years is not part of the cycle anymore. So we'll see in the next few years.
Do you feel that this being the crown jewel of the chess world, do you feel the match is worth a little bit less now that the number 1 player is not going to participate?
No, I mean, to be fully honest, I thought it was already worth less, in the sense that I think it's not adapted to our times. So I thought there are probably better ways of designing the world champion. Of course, it's been tradition, and a lot of people don't agree with me on that, that I know. But I still think it was maybe time for a change, and maybe this move by Magnus will be a catalyst.
Well, we certainly hope so. I agree. I love Rapid and Blitz, so I definitely agree with you. I would.
I didn't necessarily mean to switch to Rapid and Blitz. Like, there are other ways.
Other ways? Well, we'll see if FIDE changes it up. I know that you have a game in a few minutes, so we'll let you go. Guys, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave starting off excellently here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the Rapid and Blitz from Croatia 2022. Miro, we are ready for round 2 pairings, and what strikes your fancy?
Well, Magnus Carlsen, hear this name. Yeah, well, he lost some Carlsen magic because he is still a world champion. We know he will not be after the match. That's
Right.
a little bit sad. But still, I would like to stick with his game against Topalov. Other pairs, by the way, games have started already. Vachier-Lagrave against Wesley Saw, one Foreest against Dominguez, Saric against Mamedyarov, and Nepomniachtchi Firouzja is also a very interesting one, considering
Absolutely.
Firouzja has won. Yeah.
Yeah, marquee matchups across the board here, but you're right. You know, once you said Magnus Carlsen, and we are, after all, chess lovers, you kind of got to go with whatever it is that Magnus Carlsen is going to bring to the table. Now, having said that, I clicked on Magnus Carlsen game and it gives me Wesley.
Yeah, could it be that it's a little bit messed
It's
up?
like
yeah?
a little bit hidden, at least. Well, there we have. Here we go. It's Vesel and Topalov versus Magnus, and looks like Magnus played a Caro-Kann. 2 knights variation, the Caro-Kann with knight f3. I've always felt that this is actually allowing captures and knight f6, and because you've already committed yourself to knight f3, you don't have that knight e2 stuff. But anyway, having said that, bishop g4 is, after all, probably one of the other most principal moves. Takes, and I think so many people have played e6 as well as d takes e4. I would be shocked if we weren't in the thousands of games from our database. Queen takes f3, but again, Vesel and Topalov, true to his style of the 2 bishops. One very important trap in this exact position, and of course, I pride myself on falling for everything at least once. I have played d4 with the understanding that I was going to follow it up with c5 and knight c6 and get the center. My opponent played bishop c4.
Yeah, and it's a little
I
bit
was a little
awkward,
bit
right?
off, but that wasn't what I wanted. I ended up playing e6 and knight e2, and I was worse. Magnus, knight f6.
Knight f6, yeah, I was about to mention that there is third move. For whatever reason, they do sometimes play knight f6.
e6 and de are, again, more standard for me. This kind of invites e5. Is it completely ridiculous?
Yeah, perhaps this
To
one,
play,
I don't know. I honestly don't know what's the plan. Yeah,
But you know what I'm all about.
It is very standard. Yeah.
Right,
It is
exactly.
Very standard pawn sacrifice.
I have seen these.
Can we just get a
Yes, please.
Yeah, e5. I mean, just follow this line a little bit.
Okay,
d4,
sure.
c5. I mean, we have to sacrifice on g6, precisely the queen. d4, no, e6. You went
Right.
correctly. Right.
Yes.
Pawn takes d4.
Yes.
And then black undermines the center. Goes c5. Bishop
Yes.
d3. Doesn't understand anything. And
Right.
falls for queen h5 check. Please.
Wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful. We
And
like to
here,
show.
it's a very principled, for me.
Style.
You only take with the queen.
Right.
Yeah, the bishop takes g6 bend.
Right,
Immediately.
and as Alejandro would say, with understanding.
With
Queen
understanding.
takes
With
g6.
understanding, queen
With
takes
understanding. A lovely checkmating pattern. None of this happened.
No,
Why?
no, d4.
Because d4.
He goes d4.
An invitation to take a pawn?
Yeah.
No, he
not
refused it.
accepted.
Takes.
Knight
I'm
takes,
supposed
I
to take
guess.
with a knight, and queen
Queen
takes.
d4 and
I would assume bishop to d3.
yeah, I think it's bishop to d3.
I think it was
Precisely.
Michael Tal who first proposed this pawn sacrifice. I remember from his 1960 book on the World Championship match. And he just seemed to be like, and you play.
Yeah.
You play a pawn down. And it was like, it's okay.
Quite interesting is that Topalov definitely is aware of what he's doing. He's just blitzing out his moves right now.
He
So
certainly is.
He analyzed this before. Magnus seems to be within his theoretical knowledge as well, but not as sharp. And it definitely seems like potentially Topalov might have gotten a plus. Now I see c3 coming on the board. I see the two bishops. I see g4, g5 as a potential for white. I really like what white is doing right now.
Especially if you can get in the move c2, c3, then I just think it's a two bishop advantage straight up. And the other thing about having the light squared bishop is when I play the move c3, is your play really is the minority attack. And the bishop on d3 makes it really hard to put that whole plan into motion.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking, Yasser, could it be that the plan for black is actually to go for e5? And accept the isolated pawn, yeah. Like,
so let's say bishop
or
d6,
yeah, bishop d6 for
c3,
instance. C3,
with or without castles.
yeah, like
but let's say
castling's
castle.
awkward because bishop g5 as well, right?
Exactly, and this is what you're suggesting, is that you just
basically,
say,
if this happens, I think black does reasonably well.
I think in the absence of the choice of the minority attack, I think you're rather required. By the way, Magnus maybe feeling a little bit uneasy, played the move knight b4.
Knight b4.
In order...
That was my first reaction, yeah. I should trust my intuition first. I thought then it's a check and he will have to go knight d7. It looks awkward, but... Yeah.
Yes.
Since Magnus played it, I feel much more comfortable with suggesting move like knight b4, yeah. Knight b4, yeah, so what do you think? What do you think about this move?
Really an excellent move. Let's analyze it, shall we? Okay, I give you a check.
Which is on the board.
Already on the board.
Knight 7 and bishop
and
e4.
I recognizing boldly the obvious threat to my king and rook.
I think
Let me defend.
b5.
Bishop a4.
b5 is on the board.
Yeah,
Wow,
b5.
they are blitzing. Okay.
So that's very serious, right?
I'll drop back with the bishop, as has Veselin played.
Well, Topalov is blitzing. He has 25 minutes, while Magnus only 21 minutes.
Okay. And again, from White's point of view, if I can go a4 and c3,
yeah.
Go back.
You'll make me go back.
Yes.
On the other hand, at least the minority
You've got your
attack.
minority
attack. the one that you were talking about. At
That's
least
so
it's
difficult to
happening.
get in the position. Knight c6 voluntarily. Intriguing
Back to
choice.
C6, okay. So now...
Again, if his idea is to try to chase down the bishop, the move c2, c3 is very suggestive.
C3 is...
And now, again, bishop e7, castles, and then do we play for b4 or bishop to d6?
Right?
Yes, exactly. I think we have bishop d6 on the board. Yes,
Yeah,
we do.
bishop d6 is played. Perhaps it's...
Are we in book or out of book?
Oh, definitely
Cristian?
out of book. Definitely out of book. At least according to my database, there hasn't been any games up to this point. Now, he kind of burned some bridges, Magnus, that is, with this idea of playing the move b5. I was looking through some of the big games, and actually there's a game between Erdős and a grandmaster from Hungary, quite solid grandmaster, and Firouzja from recently in 2021. Now, this one played out like this: rook to c8, g4, and as we were mentioning, g4, g5, and it seems like white is getting to black's castle. Yes, but there's no castle, and that's exactly what Firouzja took advantage of, and he played this move king to d7. Now, check what's happening in the position right now. b5 was already played on the board. I cannot imagine a king coming to d7 anymore in this particular configuration. So what I'm seeing from black is a potential short castle. Nevertheless, that's going to be prone to the attack of white on the king side. Let's see how this one develops.
Bishop d6. Any takers for the immediate g4?
Why not?
Immediate g4 here without...
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not kicking away the knight, but the idea is I just want to stake a little territory, and if ever I get this with a pawn on g5, there's issues. It's not so easy for a counter strike in the center.
Yeah,
By
well-
the way, rook c8, and you were mentioning, Cristian, the KG. I'm not going to castle short. I'm going to go king d7 and king c7.
Well, maybe still, right?
Right.
Like, not to d7, but just to keep the options
I don't
open.
believe it. No, that's my analysis board. Sorry, I put G4 on there.
I
I
was
was looking-
G4, yeah. No, he castled. He castled instead, Veselin,
And with
instead of
understanding.
G4,
With
with
the-
understanding. But
Right.
still, it was met with Rook G8. Magnus is not rushing to castle.
I see. Castles, Rook G8. Ah.
G8, yeah.
Okay, now after castle for white, definitely G4 is not as potent anymore.
No.
Nevertheless, if you do castle, I can see a knight landing on H5, like knight G3, knight to H5, then followed by queen to G4. There are still a lot of pieces swarming around your king. Bishop drops back to C2. That's going to put some pressure on the B1, H7 diagonal. It's still not safe to castle, even if you don't have to worry about this G4, G5. So quite an interesting dance that's been going on right now. And it does seem like, at least up to this point, Veselin Topalov is much more familiar with the way this position should be played. Let's see if, as the game develops, Magnus is going to be able to get his usual edge.
One thing before we just take a look at some of the other games, if I'm in Veselin's shoes, I really despise this knight on E2. It's not working. It's got to find a better job. And whether, like you said, it's knight G3, knight H5, or actually, the place I always kind of felt at home was the D3 square.
Where do you know this from, Yasser? It's not like I'm questioning, but where it comes from? It's very interesting.
Games of Gligerich and
Games of
Reshevsky.
Gligerich,
Yeah,
you see.
Reshevsky.
Because for me it was a tiny book, Lectures of Tigran Petrosyan, probably never translated into English, and he was
What a pity.
stating that the knight on D6 in Carlsbad, because
Yes,
we are talking
reversed.
reversed Carlsbad structure. Yeah, but that's so
Nice.
interesting, like little patterns you notice once and then
They
you
just-
kind of reassuring that it is a good square. After
It
all.
really is. It really is. Let me try to bring in some. Wow, I'm not. Oop, I'm on the wrong. I understand why I can't bring in any games, because I'm in round 6, round 9. I mean,
You're in the future.
This is
yes.
Lanier, then Foreest. Where is the shack game? Oh, pardon me. I was looking for the Nepo game.
Nepomniachtchi, it's the next one.
Downstairs.
Yep, downstairs. Nepomniachtchi.
And there we have it against Firouzja. And
That is actually Saric versus Mamedyarov.
Aha, so on the screen we have Saric versus Mamedyarov, which
and then
is...
on my analysis board, we have the Nepo versus Firouzja. Again, it really looked like in the candidates, Nepo was playing alone. You know, I mean, he was just kind of, there was a serious distance, and for whatever reasons, Firouzja, you know, as you said, you know, had his opening issues.
Did Nepo 2-0 Firouzja in the candidates? I know he won with black. I'm just trying to remember.
I think
what
he won
happened.
the second half as well. That was the
He won the
famous
second half with the black
Danya
pieces. But what
Naroditsky.
happened in the first half between them? Because he also beat him in Romania, in the Grand Chess Tour in Romania. So definitely Nepo is beating Firouzja wherever he catches him. At least up to this point. So Firouzja, definitely some psychological maybe problems against Nepo. Let's see if he can overcome them, right? And his
Exactly.
position suggests that in this one at least, he has quite a decent chance of doing so.
Well, it's funny. Firouzja is one of the rare people who are willing to play King's Indian defense in modern day. Somehow, even though the pawn is not on G6, it has that
has the
King's
vibe, yeah,
Indian vibe. You know, once a King's Indian player, always a King's Indian player. Queen D2. Your take, Miro.
Once again, I'm not sure if it's that brilliant for black, right? So knight d4 is, of course, is asking to be played, but I can see some. I don't know. Maybe once again I'm carrying it away with all this rook g3 stuff. You know, the king and.
You weren't convinced that white was lost in the game.
Yeah, Mamedyarov's game is
Mamedyarov.
still take as a personal offense that
Right.
the king was not checkmated.
But you were attacking with 2 rooks, a bishop, a knight, a queen,
Yeah,
and
so you're trying to say this one is not enough. but then I don't know what White's
And
supposed to
he's
be
put
doing.
his
Yeah,
knight
he
on
played
D4.
this natural move, knight d4.
we were. I remember in Warsaw, it was also in the candidates. There was the C5 move against the structure. It was with Richard Richie Rapport and Duda, White was getting into c5. In this case, if White had just simply played the simple move knight f3, then Black would have secured his knight with c5 and said, what are you doing? Jan's decision, f2, f4, is for me a very, very difficult decision to make, because in many ways I feel like I'm burning bridges with this move. Once again, inviting you to...
It's either, well, you can play this move with kind of there's two possible scenarios you play this move. Either it's very, very good. It gets to f5, I don't know, you play f6, you win.
Right.
Or you feel like if you continue in a slower fashion, you're getting outplayed.
Okay.
And that's why you try to mess things up. And I'm afraid it's the second.
Yeah, because
played.
I will play knight g6,
Knight g6,
which, by the way, is just played, and you have a double attack.
I'm really forced to take g6.
Yeah, and that was the whole problem, is that suddenly dark squares around your king are...
Yeah, and I'll probably have to follow it up with a capture. Yeah, and then it's an interesting thing about these structures, right? So on paper, like if you only look at the pawn formation, you would say White's pawn formation is better,
Wonderful.
right? Yeah, wonderful.
Until
you actually see where the pieces are,
Right.
And then it's a knight on d4. The double g pawn protects the king very well.
Fantastic.
And all of a sudden, it's clear that Black is better. I don't know how much better, but Black is better.
Right.
And I think a big problem is also that rook on g3, right?
Rook
Because
on
there's going to be a
g3
battle on the f file.
Is stupid, right?
Completely out of play right
under
now.
cover of this knight on d4, you actually have a rook lift, like rook a7, d7, rook a7, f7 sometimes.
Exactly.
Yeah, knight f3 is a direct threat.
Yeah,
So that's not very pleasant for White.
precisely.
So at some point you want to exchange the knights, right? You want to try to go knight to e2. The problem is knight to e2 runs into knight to f3 in all sorts of scenarios.
Right.
You have to be super careful in this position, and I don't think Nepo really enjoys what he's doing right now. I think he missed knight g6.
Yeah, and if you're forced to make a move like king h1, inviting something like, I don't care, rook f4, queen h4, Black is seizing the initiative. You were just mentioning that Firouzja is actually having a very difficult score against Nepo of late. Do you know what their head-to-head matchups are, Christian? Or
Between Nepo and Alireza?
Yeah.
I can only remember the latest ones, and
Right.
they haven't been good for Alireza. Romania candidates. I'm trying to remember what their matchups were in rapid chess, and I cannot really pinpoint the exact time. I know they played in Paris last year in the Grand Chess Tour, but I don't think they met as many times in rapid games. Nevertheless, classical chess, definitely Nepo, especially in the last few encounters.
Cool. Just trying to decipher Firouzja's T-shirt.
That's a Nets. That's a basketball Nets T-shirt. Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah. Brooklyn in the house. Maurice would be pleased.
We have the Nets in the house. There we go. I think it's an okay. Maybe I said something wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's a Nets game.
That's an NBA T-shirt. And all the teams are.
All the teams, not just.
That's what the
Brooklyn.
producers are saying, but I don't believe our producers.
I know they're very, very, very dodgy producers these days.
Yeah. Hang on a second. So Nepo paused there. Can you see the alternative? I mean, sometimes F5.
Not necessarily the move I'm so eager to play, but what I like what you were saying. Any trade of the pawns on e5, the black king side structure, your king is so beautifully cocooned. It's like you'll never have a discover check. You'll never have an opportunity to throw anything against my king. I once had that against Misha Tal. I had it, but with the colors reversed, G2, G3, H3. In my candidates tournament in Montpellier, my king on H2 was just like, dream, on cloud 9, unperturbed. So F5, pawn
Rook
sacrifice.
F1, rook F1 maybe. So
Rook F1. And look at the face, by the way. There was this kind of little scowl there that Nepo made like,
Well, his poker face was never his best suit.
neither Naka's either, Nakamura. But is it that difficult for Nepo, Christian?
It's definitely not easy. I mean, the engine is saying that already Black has a pretty significant advantage.
Wow.
More than a pawn. So more than a pawn advantage at this point.
Remarkable.
And maybe we can take a look at what's happening in the World Champions game.
Yeah,
as
Veselin,
well.
we'll just go back and just check on it for a moment because this was the minority. Oh, a queen trade. I think that is something
And
that
we're just seeing Topalov shaking his head.
Magnus would be. What? Oh, but that was very, very bad play by Veselin to force a queen trade and allow b4.
Well, basically a weakness on c3 that is going to be
that's
very
amazing.
difficult to deal with.
Magnus has cleared the worst. The worst is behind him.
I think he's just better at this point.
When we left it here, knight f4 to d3 met the requirements of the position.
Absolutely, of the commentators as well.
As well as the commentators.
A
A queen trade is a dream come true. This is an ending that Magnus is certainly not worse and very likely to be better.
He's willing to play it, yeah, right? I mean,
Knight to d3.
knight to d3 he ends up playing.
I'd rather do it with the queens on the board.
With queens on the board, with black pawn still on b5, preferably.
Yes, exactly. It's kind of easy to see what Black's moves are all about. He's going to play knight a5,
He
hit the
actually plays
bishop.
it immediately.
Knight a5
And
is
I
on the
was
board.
going to say also the knight can land very comfy on the c4 square.
Rook fc1 and rook comes to c7, signaling
some
the
bishop
doubling on
a3s
the
of
c5.
Also disturbed, but very straightforward. And no, I mean, my
So how
goodness,
do you
Veselin just did everything wrong.
How do you defend the c3 pawn? Do you put the bishop on e1 or do you bring the king to d2?
I don't think I'm in time to bring
You're
the
not
king.
in time to bring the king.
Yeah, so
yes.
bishop d2 and then,
Yeah.
to end up on e1.
Yeah, you know, in Seattle we would say seizing the defensive with both arms. You know, I've got it. But
Now, the
this
good
is
thing about Black's position is that I can also swing between the b and the c files.
correct.
I can go rook c8, I can go rook b8, rook b7, and put some pressure on the b file. You have a lot of weaknesses to tend to.
Yeah, and the A pawns are on the board. That's also a thing to understand about the minority attack, I believe. Yes, so sometimes white would be on time to play A3 before you go B4.
Right.
And then black is supposed to go
But
A5,
A5.
and basically pretty much the same structure, but A pawns disappear.
Exactly.
And then you have one weakness. You're not very happy with the bishop on E1, yeah, but at least
It's
that's
defended.
the only thing that you have to defend.
Let's jump across the pond to Zagreb and say hello to Anastasia and Alejandro. What do you have for us, guys?
Yes. Keeps asking.
Even I here.
Yeah. Thank you, Yasser, and welcome here to Zagreb, Anastasia. Tell us a little bit about the playing hall. It is packed, and everybody's ready to see these games.
Yeah, actually, the playing hall is really, really nice and fabulous. I would say it's red, and there are many spectators in the playing hall today. It's fully packed with people, and it's really great to see them. All of them, people who love chess. They came to watch the games of their favorite players, right? And also, we can see that all the players are really, concentrated on the games. They come straight to the playing venue, and actually, everything is happening in the same hotel. We have to explain this to our spectators that we are in the Westin Hotel and the playing area is here and the players have this great opportunity to go back to the rooms and rest if they want. So, I think everything is great so far.
And it's actually a big deal. A lot of the players like to go to their room, prepare a little bit with their seconds, and it's showing in the game, specifically this one between Jordan van Foreest and Dominguez, because it's so difficult okay, you can win a game of chess. But to surprise Leinier Dominguez in the opening, that is almost unheard of. And Jordan, he looks relaxed. He looks like he knows what he's doing, and he has a very nice position. He just played this amazing move, Bishop E3, and I absolutely love it. It looks very counterintuitive. You're doubling up your pawns if you take on E3, but it's the tactics of the position. What do you do with this knight on B4? It's difficult to move it anywhere. On D5, for example, you get this kind of weird structure, but more importantly, your pawns are hanging. D5 is attackable with Rook D1, and you can even take on A7 directly. Difficulties for Leinier Dominguez, and Jordan, starting with a bang in round 1, might even take round 2.
Exactly, Bishop S3 looks really impressive. It's not the move I would think of, when I play the game. Yes, so far so great.
Absolutely. Well, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you both for that. That move by Jordan Van Foreest, Bishop E3, is a very visual move because, again, it's you don't intuit that you're very happy to accept the double pawns, but just as they were explaining, this knight on B4 is like in midair, and it's a trapeze artist with no safety net. I mean, if you have to play a move like Bishop to D5, and we do get these trades, these pawns are certainly not as weak as this one and this one. In fact, White looks like he's just going to go a pawn up, and for Jordan, a dream start. I mean, of course, Jordan is a wonderful, wonderful player, a little bit in the shadow of Anish Giri in terms of Dutch chess, as Anish Giri is still #1. But Jordan is saying, hey guys, don't forget about me. We'll certainly keep an eye on this. I also wanted to go to the game of MVL versus Wesley. So Wesley starting the tournament with 2 blacks. Always an awkward beginning, if I can put it like that. But Wesley is doing a fair job. I think White's for choice because the pawn going to the pawn going to B6 could always be a potential
disturbing a little bit.
Right, yeah. But okay, we'll keep an eye on this one as well. I'm going to jump back to
Let me tell you, we have a couple of unbalanced positions already. Right, so like Firouzja, as we said, well, is clearly better now against Nepo. But also, Carlsen is much better against Topalov. So we discussed both games. There's the endgame in 1, and now we have the live board from Nepo and Firouzja.
I see, and it looks like an infestation on the dark squares. Like we see, Coach, I can play these moves myself. Bring the rook, double your rooks on the open file, and looks like Nepo's done a lot of things wrong.
You need to worry about as black right now is how to avoid the exchange, or at least how not to allow knight to e2 with a tempo on the rook, right? So you have to drop back. Rook f8, probably knight to e2. And I think if we exchange the knights in this variation and not allow black to go c5 and take on d4 with a pawn, creating a passed pawn, a defended passed pawn, if you exchange the knights like this, white is going to be just fine, right? That's why I think that maybe rook to f7 first, or rook to f6 first, and then meet knight to e2 with the move c5. And this is the sequence that I think, at least I'm anticipating, that we're going to see, because White has to do something about the knight on d4 or create his own strong outpost in the center on d5. Now the way to do that is to attack the knight on d4 with knight to e2, wait for the move c5, and then go back. Knight to c3 and go to d5, and then we're going to see the battle between these two knights. Which knight is going to be more potent? And I have to say the knight on d4 makes a much better impression to my eyes.
And just in this variation with knight e2, Christian, knight takes e2, queen takes e2, queen c5 check.
Let's go queen e3.
Is going to lead to a better position, but probably with the double pawns.
That's the thing. It's the question, is it enough? Yes.
For the structure on the king side, I'd like to have queens and rooks and knights and bishops and more pieces for a checkmate. And I agree with you wholeheartedly that knight e2 is definitely
has to be avoided. Yeah, but at the same time, yes, I do not see black playing rook f7. I mean, if only the previous move wasn't rook f4. it implies that you are going for
Go
something.
ahead,
Yeah,
go
so
ahead.
queen g5, I can imagine. Queen h4, whatever. Yeah, but like he will impress me great deal if he's gonna, just admit perhaps rook f4 was a bit lousy. I go back. to
Queen
f7.
g5 makes a lot of sense to my eyes as
And
well.
queen
He played it.
g5.
Queen
Yeah.
g5. He has
Yeah.
played queen g5.
Forwards, always forwards.
So the question is knight e2, which perhaps
Am I
allows
blundering
some,
something?
yeah, like
Knight
knight
f3
f3 check. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like a check is nice, but what's the follow-up to this check?
Especially with pieces hanging. Rook on f4. Why does queen g5 stop? I understood the idea of trying to stop knight e2 with queen h4, because
Yeah,
then
you
the
attack
e4
the pawn
pawn
at
is
least,
hanging.
yeah.
But why does queen g5 stop knight e2?
Do you have some knight f3 ideas?
does, yeah.
Or that's a check, but maybe not more than that, huh? So knight to f3, king h1, and then I don't have any follow-up. If I go queen to h4, that's probably not going to be enough. Yeah. Okay. So let's go back. Let's go back. Knight to e2.
Again, it's one of those.
It's beautiful.
What?
It's beautiful. Knight e2, rook f3. Yeah. Yeah. And queen g5, you check.
Oh my goodness! Knight takes c2, and then rook takes d3.
And then you take. I mean, that's the hard part.
That
you
is
take
just
on
ridiculous.
d3. That you take on d3, and that's,
that's
and automatically you get these two rooks versus the queen.
Queen.
And this is exactly where you like your king to have extra pawn shelter.
Exactly.
Yeah, like rook
exactly.
a to d8, and then you almost guarantee that. Yeah, the advantage of two rooks that you can attack any weakness 2 times. Yeah,
Exactly.
So 2 pieces versus 1 piece. It's no longer like how strong the queen is.
Exactly.
That's nice.
That's
really nice.
Quite a sophisticated variation, all right. Knight e2, rook f3.
Easy to fall for also.
For a rapid chess game, that's a great trap. I mean, that's almost like, an all points bulletin, like breaking news, everybody. Look at this, rook f3, what a trap. And let me toss it over to you, Christian. Is Lanier in trouble?
Absolutely. Lanier is in trouble. As Alejandro and Anastasia pointed out, it does seem like Van Foreest just simply surprised his opponent in the opening, and unfortunately for Dominguez, he was unable to bounce back from that surprise. And this is what we have right now. Bishop to e3, bishop to e7 was his decision, and after rook takes a7, well, that's just simply a pawn, and show me your compensation. I do understand the king on c1 is a little bit exposed, but I do have this shield, the knight on c3, nicely protected by the pawn on b2, a great outpost for the position. And if you don't have anything going on at this point as black, any immediate attack against my king, then this is just a pawn, and it's a very important pawn also, because once I exchange the rooks, I'm going to be able to involve my king and slowly push my b pawn. That b pawn is going to be worth a piece. At this position, unfortunately, it does start to look quite hopeless for black. So Van Foreest could potentially start with a banging 2 out of 2. That's just an incredible result for the young man from the Netherlands. But Mamedyarov also seems to be having some problems against Saric in this position. I was looking a little bit earlier. Right now, the waters seems to have calmed down a little bit. The bishop for the knight got exchanged in this fashion. Bishop takes d4, and instead of knight takes d4, I think rook takes c6, leaving, especially now with the involvement of h4 and h5 on the board, giving me the nice outpost on g5 for the knight. I think it would have been better for white to keep the knight and the bishop on the board. Instead of that, this is the position that we have right now. 10 minutes for Saric, 15 minutes for Mamedyarov. It does seem like this one is probably going to be a tame draw. But let's get back to the match that we were having our eyes on, the game of the round, potentially, the one between Nepomniachtchi and Ali Reza. What do we have? Do we have knight to e2? No. We do not have a knight coming to e2. The knight is still on d4.
After queen g5, we saw the move king h2.
Yes.
Miro just kind of sidestepping that lovely little trap with rook f3, rook f8, rook d2, and although white has avoided all the traps and stuff, Visually, Black's pieces are really
Wait a second.
pressing.
Queen
You know.
h5. Is he threatening knight f3 again? 'Cause,
Knight f3
yeah,
check.
it might be a threat.
Exactly, because G
Like,
takes.
rook, you have
takes.
enough takers on f3. Rook
So
takes
knight
and
f3
is a
threatening.
threat,
and-
it's an awkward threat to stop because, yeah, like what they do.
So
Well,
queen to g3,
Queen
how
to
are you going to meet
G3.
that?
Would avoid that.
Yeah.
But it kind of invites G5.
Yeah, there is no
G4.
knight e2. You're not exchanging any of the
Anymore,
rooks.
no.
Yeah. So
No,
it's,
here I
G5,
just
G4,
kind of
yeah.
like. I think it was Michael Schuba who said it very nicely. One side is doing, the other side is watching. You know, Black is doing.
Yeah,
He's
absolutely.
doubled his rooks on the open file. He's played G4, G5, and he's pressing White down.
So how do you deal with knight e2 in this position instead of queen to g3?
I think.
The idea,
Mira
knight
made
f3,
it-
I take, and then I have maybe knight g3.
Okay,
first
but
takes and you
well,
have
first of
knight
all, I
G3.
win a pawn, right?
You do. So you can take on e3, and then we exchange the rooks. And the question is, how is that endgame?
I would jump at it if I was white, just because I don't like the alternative.
You don't get checkmated, right?
Yeah,
So-
I don't like the alternative. So, but I don't have an
Even
alternative.
then, yeah,
Miro.
even
I have to
then.
take, right?
Yeah, rook takes e3, knight takes h5,
Rook
trade on
takes
d3.
d3. We
and
pause for a moment.
capture the knight, yeah.
No real choice here.
Now you're a pawn up, but also you have double pawns, right? So it's not as of a significant of a pawn that you have. And I do have some weaknesses to attack. So maybe I can start with king g2, stop you from entering on f2 and then go rook d6.
That'd be a tricky, right? Rook f4 then.
Yeah, rook d6. And we have some sort of a, maybe a
It might,
race.
it might break down to the question if this g7 and double h pawn win against the h pawn, because I can easily foresee
Right.
like a lot of trades now. Yeah.
Well, that's that's
should
a
be
3 to
winning, right?
1 majority. I would be, I'd be heartbroken if I couldn't win it with the white side. Nice variations, guys. But it's very important that knight e2 be met by knight f3, because as we've discussed, any trades of the knight is quite a liberating feeling for white's rooks. And Nepo looks very concerned, and he's got. Ooh.
Well, we are about to find out, Yasser.
And we
What's-
have a result.
That was an uneventful draw.
It was.
that one.
That was the queen ending. And again, you know, Wesley is quietly doing his thing, which is he started today with 2 blacks,
And by the way, they're storming in
right
that
into that variation that
Yes.
we've been looking at.
Yeah, off we go. Yeah,
And-
black is better, and Firouzja turns into a rook endgame master all of a sudden.
Exactly.
All of a sudden.
I somehow I feel that Carsten Mueller will be like eagerly pouncing on a rook and pawn endgame master class, and we do. Well, pardon me. Our analysis has brought us to this position. We've been expecting king g2.
That's the
and then we're
question,
gonna
yeah?
play
King
rook
g2 or
f4.
king g3?
I think
And
maybe
does it
king
make
g3
any difference?
makes more sense, right? But no, it doesn't matter because
Probably
rook f4, h4 check.
and there will be an extra
So then
check
maybe
with
it's
the
king
pawn.
g1 that has to be played.
Wow. Okay. Then we call the arbiter and say, please, wand my opponent one more time. King g1. That would be quite.
So the problem is why king g1 and not king g2 is that whenever we go into this line with rook f4, rook takes e4, there's this check on e2, which picks up the a2 pawn as well.
Precisely.
How do you avoid that? I guess the only square is g1. I think Nepo sees it.
And if the king is on g1, that'd be remarkable. And as we keep an eye on this, we also, Magnus Carlsen, he was enjoying, I want to say, an advantage against Vesselin. I just didn't know how much it was.
Well, at some point, the engine was, just shouting at Magnus being like plus 1.8, which is almost
Quite a
two po-
considerable
almost 2 points
advantage.
up, yeah.
But wait a minute, am I missing something? The knight was on d7,
Yeah.
went to
He
f6,
went to f6
very nicely,
and then
retreated back. So I'm a little bit confused here.
yeah.
I would have thought that his intention was to play knight e4.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't look that this is the way you make progress by shuffling the knights like, to d7 back to f6 and so on. Yeah, knight
Something about the world's champions play here doesn't make a compelling impression.
But it is still White who has a very difficult task. ahead of
Exactly.
himself.
Kind of a little bit of a Fisher random position here for White.
Yeah.
All the pieces on the first rank and not on the original squares, though.
And maybe this is also part of his strategy to try to wait, get the clocks down to the last 3-4 minutes, and then change the character of the position.
To be sure that Veselin's clear weakness in the last few years has been his running down on the time, getting behind on the clock, and then messing things up in the resulting time trouble. For Magnus, he wouldn't be the only person reading this script saying, "I know, Veselin, you've been blundering positions in time trouble." Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on this game. Again, we're going to go back to the Ali Firouzja.
He played King G1.
Because he did play King
played
G1.
King G1, yeah.
And these two players did start with wins in the first game today. So you
Not
might say
Nepo.
No, Nepo.
Nepo drew against
Drew
Magnus.
against Magnus.
It
I
almost
apologize.
felt like a victory because it was so
was.
easy.
When
With
you
black.
get
With
such
black,
an easy
yeah.
draw with black against Magnus, you can count it as a victory. Oh, yes. King G1, was that the key move then, Christian?
I mean, he's still much worse, right? Now the question is how much worse? Are you losing or not? How do you continue right now? Rook to f6, are you going to try to stop this invasion via d6, or are you going to go straight for the pawn with the move rook to f4? It does seem like rook to f4 is relinquishing some part of the advantage after rook to d6, rook takes e4. This is already not as bad for a White. It does seem like that's the case. So
Okay.
king to g1, definitely a testing move for young Ali Reza, who once again will have to show his prowess in rook endgames. And he showed it to us against Saric. Let's see if he manages to. And they're
he
going
went-
actually
he
for
went-
that
he went for
variation.
this.
That's a bit
Very
surprising.
direct. Well, the problem, as I saw it, if he didn't play rook f6, if he did go with the rook d6 idea,
Rook to e2, okay.
then just rook to d7 and, go after the weak keys on e5 and a5.
Okay, but now
So-
we're just trading pawns. What if I go rook to c5? Like, how do you continue? You take on a2, I take on e5, and then what?
Exactly.
Yeah,
and then I'm
that's
hoping that my 3-1 majority will bring the bacon. I'm not sure it does. We do have rook e2, and I do expect your move, Christian, rook to c5 to be played shortly. Miro, what's your guess?
Well, I'm just not sure about one thing. So, if we say like rook f4 was forced and so on, there was one thing to look at, honestly, like a move for black, h4, I would suggest.
Okay.
And then is rook d6, rook f6 possible at all?
Yeah, sure.
Because if this is possible, if this
Because I was-
endgame, you have rook d7.
I was going to go in almost every case.
But
I was,
then it's, like rook f3, and you'll have awkward time protecting the h3 guy. King g2, there is a check forcing you to h2. I mean,
I'm passive. I'm passive in these cases.
might have been more favorable version of the same. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that black is winning, but
Right.
to my taste, he went to a little bit straightforward way.
Understood. It's funny. I was actually resisting the move h4. And why was I resisting the move h4? Because I always kind of thought that was a pathway for my king. On a good day, my king ends up on h4 and I get something going. And by the way, we do have rook c5. Rook takes a2. Quickly played. Times? What are the clock times? do you have?
8 minutes for Nepo, 11 minutes and 30 seconds for Ali Reza right now.
In the previous game against Ivan Saric, he entered the rook ending with a considerable advantage on time, did Firouzja. Here he's getting less of an advantage against time, but we know Nepo is a player who's going to be playing very, very, very quickly because the position's not favorable.
Yeah.
And it's just his nature to play fast. Again, your take, of course we're talking advantage black, but is it, in your view, I mean, you're so experienced.
I don't think it's enough.
It's not,
honestly.
it doesn't feel it, right?
Yeah, so I don't know the result, what result's going to be in this game. Yeah, but they say objective evaluation should be a draw.
Objective. Okay, so here, so let me play the devil's advocate for just a moment. So imagine that I'm playing these very strange moves, h4, g5.
All right, so let's try to exchange the pawns. Actually, that's what I want to do. Rook to b5.
Rook to b5. Let's say I would play the silly move g5.
Let's go b4.
Right, exactly. So we kind of get, and here's a kind of a demonstration of where I'm at with.
But I go rook to b6, right?
Yes.
You
go to h5, and now we just stay like this.
Then we just go.
Now I go
rook
c5,
c6.
rook to c6.
Yeah, you can just go rook c6.
King
and
h1,
shuffle,
king g1.
Shuffle with the king.
And I've got a problem. Everybody wants to play to the h5 square. Just in this moment, if I had brought my rook immediately behind,
Yeah,
I guess you could still just assault
Give a
me
check
with
and then go to
checks.
c7.
give a couple
yeah.
of checks.
I bring my king to f5, but that's got to be a draw. Rook takes h6. Okay, well, saving this game would actually be, I would say, quite the success for Nepo.
And Magnus is still drilling that position, that endgame, but nothing actually has changed much.
By the way, big developments in the Jordan Van Foreest game. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm liking Jordan's game a lot. I mean, he's basically, his king is sprinting over to the king side for safety, and in the meantime, well, he's a couple of pawns to the good.
But that was great calculation by Jordan, actually.
Yeah.
Before this, allowing rook takes b2, it does look threatening because the rook is, with the support of the bishop on the b1, h7 diagonal, it has some interesting checks. Rook to c2, and it does feel like the king is getting in danger, but everything was very well calculated by Jordan. I have to give him props for this one.
Nice. And after bishop g6,
now
the
it's time to run.
sidestepping move, king. Get on your running shoes, your sneakers, and get out of Dodge.
Yeah. Well, actually, it was a funny way of going wrong to protecting against rook c2 with rook d2.
The old puzzle
Don't
rush
do that.
tactics. You want to
do
trade
that.
rooks? No, I don't.
No, I don't. Yeah.
We love our mating patterns here in St. Louis. We enjoy showing these back rank mates with the nicely supported bishop.
Yeah, but after king d1, yeah,
He's getting
it is.
Yeah.
It is getting tough. Yeah, White didn't win the game just yet, but has
it feels
very, very good chance to.
Yeah, it feels very promising.
Yeah, just imagine we run to f2, right? We somehow move the knight to f4 ideally, and then I'm super safe.
Yeah. Also, I could take this pawn,
Yeah,
drop
you
the rook
take-
back to f3, and,
Yeah, that's the other way.
and
to
also
do it.
very safe and extra pawns in the pocket.
Guys, but the
Magnus?
Other story of the tournament right now, it seems to be Mamedyarov is really struggling because he might be losing once again.
Seriously?
Against Ivan Saric. Yeah, losing against Jordan
believe.
Van Foreest and then losing against Ivan Saric, the two lowest rated players in the event. That's not a good start for Mamedyarov.
This was the major piece ending with queens and rooks.
Which we thought
It
was like
thought
the
was
worst was behind, yeah?
Right? But
Exactly. But now you're just losing a pawn, don't you?
Well, not your king might also somehow yeah, rook h5 was actually an incredibly serious threat. Your king might just end up walking into a mate. But this is the pawn you're talking about, and, well...
Where's the compensation?
There's no compensation.
There's no compensation, I'm sorry.
I have the compensation, but I
Exactly.
also have the pawn in the
Exactly.
pocket.
And you know what? It's
And-
not only an extra pawn, I'm afraid. It's a very depressing scenario for a defender because the king is weak till the end of the game.
Exactly.
Right. So white, it's not the case where you want to go to a rook endgame. You attack the king, enjoying the extra pawn. I think that's
Yeah.
almost impossible to save.
Okay, but he
Okay.
did play a very good move,
wait
rook.
a second. Rook c4.
Just
so maybe he's getting the rook endgame after all.
Yeah, with queen f4 check, right?
I don't think he wants to see that, white that is, because that b pawn is going to fall, right?
Okay, so what are you reckoning on queen g5? Do you like
Queen g3
h5?
or queen g5? Queen g5 obviously feels a bit more threatening. The problem is I'm cutting the action of the rook, so now I don't like that. I want to keep the queen on g3, a bit
Queen
closer to my
on
king. Yes.
g3. In any case, I thought I was playing queen
is
f4.
kind of the same, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but this is a completely different scenario because now I can take on f4 and go rook to king to g3 followed by rook to e2, so I'm not losing any of the pawns.
Yeah, but
That's
But you kind of, I mean, I understand you have a 3 versus 1 majority, but in this case, my king
I'm
is...
a bit passive. I understand.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I might just play a5.
So let's
and-
go f4. Let's see.
Yeah, Christian is right, in fact, yes.
I think I can just push my pieces,
Underestimated,
right?
Yeah, you just lift everything, king g4,
So king g4.
h5, king g5.
Well, I don't know how you get your king to g5.
That's okay. Let's go even h5 now.
King f6, yeah.
And let's put the rook on the c file just to get out of dodge.
a4 perhaps,
a4.
And this is the key moment. Do I have any improvements?
It's like, you can get your pawn to g3, but I don't know.
Yeah, actually,
still...
it's not easy.
So what we're looking at is a variation for Shaq after queen g3, queen f4. We're getting into a rook ending where he's clearly suffering and he's doing his best to hold, but it's suffering.
And maybe when you play king h7, I have to stop you with h5.
Aha, way back when.
Right, right. When you play it
Nice.
here,
Yeah,
maybe
that's
I
clever.
have to go h5.
That's actually clever. So that the king, maybe black then had to go
The other way,
G8.
But then I get my king to g5 first.
Exactly.
Yeah,
If I
that's-
do that, then you're just... And
Just
then
in time.
I start to really worry about your majority. Yeah, you'll have a positional advantage with the king. I just wanted to go to the game between these former world champions, Veselin Topalov as white against Magnus, and well, bishops of opposite color. You have to give Veselin some respect as he's
fighting.
very feels very close to a kind of equality. Give me king d2 and rook back to b1, and I don't see why it should be worse. I have one weakness, the pawn on c3, but I'll have it adequately protected with my king on d2 and my rook on b3. It's not so easy for Magnus to attack it. g6 on the board by Magnus?
Yeah, g6. It's a bit of a surprise.
Is
King
that really
g7,
helpful?
king g7, rook h8, h5 is what? But it's a kind of a reverse thinking. So he played g6. He must have done it for something.
Right.
It's
But-
not the plan that would cross my mind. to be
Exactly, because one of the things about the move g6 is it kind of encourages me to play knight e5 because it makes it much harder with the pawn on
honest. King e2.
king e2. That's a hard move for me to guess. I was
Yeah, but-
absolutely certain king d2
Yeah,
was
but maybe
about to
you were
arrive.
running. Maybe you were running on the knight c4 check. So maybe that's
Why?
why king e2. Might be that this one is just just a
Hard to
move.
say,
King e2. Yeah, hard to say.
Okay, so and let's just jump to the Ali. Whoa.
No, that one,
I was
not
about
much
to
has
say,
changed.
does this look familiar?
Yes.
Yeah, I think some.
This is so long ago, but I really do remember, like a Venus flytrap, playing a move like rook h5, and watching my opponent play g5. That was a little bit awkward.
Wait a second. Yeah,
the rook never left the building. It was just like stranded.
Let's go back to
there.
Magnus' game, because I think he's
Please.
actually breaking through right now.
Is he?
He's
not?
finally breaking through, yes.
King g2.
What has changed?
Okay, king to g7 might not have been the best move. I think he had knight a5, bishop a3, and just pick up the pawn.
But what's
Knight
going on with
A5.
Magnus? Yeah, knight a5, bishop a3. It's not.
And then take on c3, right?
Yeah. Rook b1. Wait a second. Bishop a3, rook c2. Maybe he was.
Well,
not-
then there's a pin on the b file. That's very unpleasant. Good grief,
This
that's a
is-
terrible.
yeah.
So he's playing it slow, but maybe this is giving Topalov some extra chances to defend.
No.
Unexpected miss, I have to say, because he did play the move knight to c4, so it does make sense, like he's aiming towards that square.
Not that I'm a big fan of the move, but maybe knight e5?
Rook to b1?
to b1.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wait a second.
Doesn't that invite bishop to a3 now?
It sure does.
In why it's both bishop and a
Knight
knight.
wanted
Knight
that they have a
a3,
little
right?
traffic jam though, right? If you go bishop a3 and I go rook c2,
Rook c2, rook
then
b8.
rook b8.
right?
Yeah.
So bishop a3 makes a lot of sense.
Even though rook to b8, now you're in time to go rook b3.
Yeah, so bishop a3, rook to c2, right? Maybe I do not go rook c2, guys.
And by the way, Magnus's clock time?
3 minutes and
minutes
45
and
seconds
40
against
seconds,
4
yeah.
minutes for Topalov.
Ooh.
So Magnus is
Vesselin-
going down on time
Vesselin is
as well.
actually keeping ahead on the clock?
Yes.
Knight to d6.
Knight to d6.
Well, this looks nasty. Just to mention knight e4 going after my weakness. Also, something to worry. If I don't have enough to worry about, there's also a possibility that my rook to b8 could do some damage.
Yeah. Is there...
Can I get away with knight e4, knight e5, or is that asking too much?
But how do we go about the c3 pawn then? Knight e5, knight e4, and
I was
knight c6,
rook to b3 and
rook
maybe
b3.
c4 with trembling hands.
Yeah, but that's exactly the feeling. Like,
Right?
even
I
though,
feel I'm on the edge a little bit.
right, like Magnus is slow playing it for sure. Right, he
Right.
could have been kind of more aggressive, but still the feeling is like White is he's about to
Magnus is
collapse
in
it.
control still. Bishop a6 ridiculous. Knight e4, rook b3. It's not easy for you to double up against
Maybe
my rook on
d6 then. Yeah, so
Aha.
why d6 he's going to lift the rook and then maybe
get it that
get
way.
to b6 and so on. Yeah, it's a lot of shuffling around, but as long as White is unable to get rid of the weakness,
Exactly.
Magnus is in control.
Exactly. And last but not least, what's the killer for f3? F2, F3. The idea, if you go rook c8, I'll go king d2. If you go bishop g5 check, I'll block. So f3.
At least controlling the e4 square. Yeah.
This is the fear, that the knight coming to e4 is... He played knight e5, by the way, too disruptive. I was really worried about this knight dropping in.
So let's
on
see.
e4.
Let's see.
Was it
Now
knight
it's
c6?
starting to get like serious.
Very worrisome for Vesselin.
Can I go c4 after knight e4, or is that too much?
Knight e4,
That's probably
c4.
asking for too much.
With this guy?
Yeah, that's a pawn. Maybe I can try to go knight c6 and then take on c4. That was kind of
Hope.
my hope. Yeah, it is kind of a hope, because rook d5 feels very threatening right now.
Exactly. Rook d5, if you take with the rook.
You can actually take
I
with
got-
the bishop, strangely.
Really?
Yeah, rook c6.
Oh, because you have bishop takes
d5,
e4
And then
yeah.
bishop e4.
Yeah.
What a
Yeah, I mean it's a swindle.
bailout.
It's a swindle,
Totally.
obviously. But if you
Right.
can, if bishop c4 works, then all of a sudden White's okay.
Exactly. Oh my. Okay, so we do have the position with knight e5, and we're thinking knight e4, the move c4, and he has
I
played
think
knight e4.
c4 is on the board.
He did play knight e4, c4's on the board.
Well, the problem from White's perspective, he had no choice. Once that knight landed on e4, you weren't saving the c3 pawn anymore, so he had to push it. Now he's kind of, in a sense, bluffing, but you know, it's hanging on tactically by a very, very thin thread. But if it holds, it holds.
Yeah, that's, you know, I've never been this kind of player myself, so when I would not believe it holds and simply would not go for this position. But
Exactly.
it amazes me where people doing it.
The calculators, the Fabis and the Vichys, they find that narrow window, and they're very sure of their calculations too. Nepo, sometimes I feel he's coffee housing it, but then he comes and he explains everything perfectly.
Yeah, I've seen everything. Yeah, well,
And you're
Nepo,
mystified.
yeah, Nepo indeed on a good bad day, or you know, when he's getting a bad position, but then bails himself out, and then he would explain that everything was under control.
Speaking of bad positions and bailing himself out, how was he doing in his game with Firouzja?
I guess he will not let it go. I think he will hold it.
This is almost the identical position we were looking at. Instead of putting the black king on h5, put the black king on f5. And Jordan Van Foreest, an early surprise leader as he starts with 2 out of 2, or 4 points, if you will, as he beats Lanier. We'll take a look at that game.
And another big surprise, I have to say, is Mamedyarov just completely getting crushed in that endgame. And this is exactly what we have. We've seen this idea coming from a very long time away.
Yeah.
This idea of just pushing the pawns here, as well as now with the king on h6 stuck, I could potentially go rook to a7 and have ideas of g4, g5, and checkmate the king on the h file. So things are getting extremely dire. Also, f5 is a threat. This is just pretty much lost for Mamedyarov. Well, that's not a great start for Shaq going into this event, but let's not forget, we looked at his rating. His rating is at 2699 going into this event, an almost 2800 in classical chess, under 2700 in rapid chess. Definitely, it doesn't seem like rapid is his time format, and he's showing it right now in the tournament. And there you have it. This is the list that we currently have at the Grand Chess Tour, and you see Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, 32nd in the world, 2699.
Frankly, that's shocking.
That's shocking.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Shaq is such an outstanding player. We're used to seeing him in the top 5, top 10 of classical ratings, and therefore we just kind of carry it forward to rapid. But I have to say, Blitz is Blitz, and a lot of people are just very good at Blitz and classic, and rapid is that awkward in between. It's not an easy time control to truly master.
Magnus right now under 1 minute, guys.
Ooh,
And knight c6 is on the board. Things are getting complicated for him.
Yeah.
Wow. I think he's just now realizing that rook to d5, bishop takes c4 is just that blow, that tactical sequence that allows white to get back in the game.
That's remarkable.
And he's going for it, rook d5.
Very quickly.
Did he just blunder?
Why is this a blunder?
No, I mean bishop c4, allowing bishop c4. It's maybe there was no choice, but
it is, yeah.
Because if you do not take
What about knight takes e7 and bishop c6?
97, yeah. So somehow I got overexcited. Yeah. by the way, yeah. Why don't you just
Knight takes e7, rook
and
takes
bishop
c7,
c6.
bishop c6.
Is that an exchange?
Not really. I take and I go.
Take on d4. Rook to e3. Okay,
Ooh,
wait a minute.
Very quickly, right into that variation that you mentioned.
That I've mentioned, and
We're not going to see the trade of the rooks. That's obvious. But
c4. That's a second game like this.
Yeah, I was
right?
about to say. I mean, it
It's a
just feels like an echo of the game from round 1 with Nepo.
But this is definitely not Magnus wanted out of this game.
No, he was looking for more.
This is
than
minimal right now.
Like, okay, you could say cashing in the chips early, but having said that,
Rook to b7. Wait a second.
still
Rook takes.
Can I take on d4
What's the
now?
plan after rook d4? Is he
bishop
taking on
takes
g6? Yeah.
Forced, I would say.
So you're going to have to defend that 4 versus 3 endgame.
Exactly, exactly.
And
here he
that's
goes.
what's going on, yeah.
And we're about to see bishop takes g6,
Because, yeah, king e3 with the tempo falls into this bishop c5.
which
yeah.
is rather, which is rather nasty. And this bishop coming to c5 and this rook coming to a4 is a position I would want nothing to do with myself. But bishop takes g6, king takes g6. That's
Yeah,
the
played.
4 versus 3 that Cristian was mentioning. Again, you know,
Because at
Magnus
the
has
end-
squeezed a lot of players.
Right,
Can
and
he
it's
do
all
it
about the
again?
pawn structure, right? How do we assess that pawn structure? Because it's very atypical. King takes g6, rook takes
He's still-
e7,
he's
rook
still
a4.
thinking.
How do we play this one? Do we put the pawn on f4 or do we...
He's taken. The players, after rook a4, the players will catch up with us. And you
Oh,
were
a5.
a5.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So he does put the pawn on f4.
f4,
Okay.
yeah, without too much hesitation.
And I guess he hides the king to h3 now. Is that the plan?
Yeah, and the rook behind. Yeah, why not? Yeah, just king to h3, always.
Nice and safe.
Yeah, yeah.
Rook behind.
Rook behind, and whenever you try to run with the king, perhaps the king will
I'll
be
cut you off.
ready. Yeah,
But
yeah.
how do you do that? I'm still not convinced. Okay, so let's put... I think I have to
Put
go
the
with the
pawn
pawn
to
all the way to
A3.
a2, right?
Or a3 or
All
I
the way to
think
a2. I want to get it all the way to a2.
a2.
Yes.
And then f6, e5, and you are hinting at the second pass pawn, by the way.
And I'm trying to get my king. I can also bring my king to f3
f5
in
would
that
be
scenario.
embarrassing.
Yeah, that's right. So yes, no, but your king will be on g1 by then, right? Okay,
Well,
I mean,
my
let's
king on
move.
g2. It doesn't matter. I go f5, king g5, rook
Rook g7,
g7.
you're
mate.
right. Yeah, the king can be anywhere. Yeah,
But you're
that's-
right,
That's correct.
Cristian.
But that's
He's
interesting.
going. He's going
That's
for the whole
interesting.
variation with a3, with the idea. It's an unusual pawn structure, with or without h5. You may want to play for f6 and e5.
Oh, wait a second. But at the same time, your rook will be tied down. The king will be kind of bound to g2,
Mate.
h2, right?
Right, mate.
So, may I, strangely enough,
He's
like
played
go
A3.
all the way around with the king, with the black king, when the pawn is on a2?
Yes, you go to
go to b8, you
Right.
know, get the king somewhere where it's more active, and,
And then-
only then proceed with this f6,
F6.
e5. Yes.
Why not?
It might be a kind of a very, very long plan which eventually works. By the way, the other rook endgame pawn up, Nepo against Firouzja, is already like a dead draw.
And Shaq escaped.
No.
Shaq escaped. He did. He escaped.
Oh,
Really?
Oh,
Rook endgames are always a draw.
Somehow he escaped.
that's crazy because we were thinking that Ivan Saric had done all the hard work. He'd put his pawn, he was going to get his king to g5 in the nicest possible way. He had a pawn on, wow. Just in this moment, we were kind of thinking that it was all over. King g5.
Yeah, he
Rook
decided
check
to go for...
and king takes.
yeah, I'm
He
not even
played
sure.
h5.
I think king to g5, the problem was rook takes b3.
Okay.
This is what he was concerned about.
No,
But
what happened?
Saric is not very pleased with
No,
himself.
but look, king g5, rook takes b3, rook check. Not even taking with check, by the way, but just simply rook check. Your king would have to, I presume, go back and g4. This is just
Yeah, you
hopeless,
You
hopeless,
can be
hopeless.
can't be on time with.
we just saw 3 pawns, and they were.
We have to go back
Let's
to the
jump
Magnus
to the
game
Magnus
right now,
game.
guys.
Yeah, sorry.
Because I do feel like that pawn on a2 is just
And he's
going
put
to do
his
the
pawn on
business right
A2.
now.
So adventures are not
Wow.
over yet. Yeah.
So I guess your only chance is to try to... You have to go to h2, right? King h2. g5?
G5.
What?
Hang on a second.
I think I like this move, actually. If you take it, I take with check.
You want to take
And
with
then
the rook,
yes.
obviously, and
Then when you play for e5, I'll have a pass pawn with g4. By the way, just a breaking draw between Nepo and Firouzja. Again, a big, whoa, h5. Well, that must secure the draw.
h5, secure the draw.
That's can't.
h4.
h4.
Yeah, and I'm guessing.
So what if I
White
give you
has
the
to
pawn
play-
back, right?
White has to go g4, no?
And
I
look,
think White has to
he's-
get. You have to stop the king. That's uncertain.
Well, then he's afraid of rook f1, though. Rook
Ah,
f1.
then
No, but rook f1, I take on a2 and king h3. And then I give you a check at the end on a5 when you take on g5.
Ah, you get the 2
Yeah.
versus 1.
H and F,
The Vonda, I'd never had that in my career. Have you?
which supposedly is a draw. At
I
least,
know. It's first of
theoretically.
all, it's supposedly a draw, but I never wanted to be tested. That is for sure.
Okay.
Guys, this was.
This is
they
not
were
that easy
making-
anymore.
They were making some very, very difficult decisions very quickly. Were they correct?
Clear, there's a lot of mistakes in
I was
this
about to
phrase.
say,
Yeah, it's in this
it
phrase.
feels like.
But just look at the clock. I mean, it's
What
no
is the
longer.
clock, by the
Yeah,
way?
it's seconds, literally seconds. Topalov's down to 9, 8. You know, so
And we could go back to that variation with rook f1.
is e5 a move?
E5 is definitely a move, but I have e6 at the end. I take with the pawn, and when you take on g5, I go
yeah.
e6.
You're right.
Rook
This
to
was the
f1,
one
we're going
that's good.
straight for that variation, guys.
This
Rook-
is the one I was worried about, was having to defend
And F and H pawns.
f and h.
And by the way, can you take with the rook here?
Ah, that's...
Give
Rook
it
f3
check.
check.
And then take with the rook, and you keep the e pawn.
Yes. Yes. Remarkable. Magnus is, once again, squeezing his opponents, and successfully. Check, check.
He might be winning this one, guys.
I think so.
But
he
Topalov
probably
did
is.
miss a big opportunity.
A couple of times, I'm guessing.
Oops.
Especially close to the position that we currently have on the board. When rook to f1 came on the board, f5 was the critical
Yeah,
move.
yeah, I already figured this one out.
F5 was
he
critical.
could force F and H pawn
Yes.
by going F5. Yeah, but
Yes.
it wasn't obvious. Yeah,
And here, with the E and H pawn, that's
This is lost.
easy.
Yeah.
That's
Magnus
easy.
is going to take it, guys.
Wow.
Score his first victory. In his usual style, just his grindy style.
I must admit,
bit
when
sloppy,
I
I
saw
have to say.
when I saw Topalov playing the bishop takes e4 and getting that bishops of opposite color ending, I think he had been so fortunate and had saved the game at that point. Not true.
Yeah.
Simply not true.
who saved was shocked all of a sudden. The
Yeah.
game that looked like it passed the saving point,
Right.
went far beyond.
Right? And still some technique required here. I mean, I think you can just go king f4, give up the h-pawn, and trundle with the king. Escort.
I think this is what he's going to go for.
Yeah,
Once the king lands on e3,
right.
that's over.
Exactly. Well,
Are you sure though? I mean, it's still
I think
kind
so.
of
I think so.
longer side. I mean,
But I
anyway,
have the rook on
done
the A file, so that
Yeah.
I'm covering one file.
Yeah, I understand. And anyway, that's seemingly the only way you can make progress.
Right.
So that's why you go for it.
So I go e4 now. You have to give me a check and then lose another tempi.
Don't you go king f3 first? That's
Check.
another question.
I like that. I like king
that's
f3.
more precise for sure.
Because king h3, e4, I can go to e2, and that's kind of
you're a little
ensuring
bit
that
further
the
up
pawn
the
is
board.
the pawn is 1 square third. And
By
much
the
prefer to
way.
go e4. Okay, but it's still
it's winning. Yes.
Probably it's good enough, but
king h3 now. Of course, you can
King
you
f3.
can do king f3 if you like.
he likes.
Yeah.
Important victory for Magnus.
Oh, huge. No
Huge
question
victory for
about it.
Magnus. For his confidence, because he usually does not miss this type of opportunities. Out of the opening, he got a completely crushing strategical advantage. The type of advantage he loves to nurse.
And that's it.
And he almost blew it.
Done deal. It's over. E3 resigns, and for you were talking about confidence of Magnus Carlsen. How about the confidence of Veselin Topalov? He's just kind of been shaken here as he thought he had done good enough work to save the game.
Started with 2 whites against MVL and Magnus and lost 2 games with the white pieces. That's not a great start for Veselin. He will need to bounce back to get that confidence back.
Talk to us a little bit. I didn't see enough of the Jordan Van Foreest game.
Let's take a look at what happened in that one. Well,
I mean,
we left it off somewhere around, I believe it was here, right? After this move, king to d1, and I said that the king is actually escaping. So very, very nice play by Jordan and very well calculated. This is what I mean by calculated. At this point, this position came on the board, and f4 was a critical decision because this allows rook to b8, and now you have to calculate f takes e5. Rook to d2 is not as compelling, exactly because of the patterns that we were discussing. Rook to c7, you don't have enough time to take on f5 because of rook takes c3. Take on c3, rook to b1. This is the pattern, the checkmate pattern that we've looked at during the broadcast as well. So f takes c5 was the precise calculation that he had to engage in, and take. This is just a simple conversion right now. And Alejandro actually in Zagreb is with Jordan Van Foreest, the leader of the tournament. Alejandro, what do you have?
Thank you. We are here with one of the winners of today's round, actually the very important game here. Jordan Van Foreest has won against Leinier Dominguez. Jordan, I was telling the viewers, winning a game of chess, that's hard, but surprising Leinier Dominguez in the opening, man, that's almost impossible, and you did it with this move a3. Tell us how it came about.
Yeah, I thought it might be interesting, like for rapid game, it's kind of innocuous, but for rapid game, I mean, white doesn't risk a whole lot, and if black goes wrong, you might get a small advantage with white, and kind of for rapid game I didn't want to risk too much, but maybe hope for a small advantage. So that's kind of what I did, and he generally goes for these positions with black, like the symmetrical English, so I thought there might be a possibility I get it here.
Well, and certainly went right into it. Tell us where he went wrong. It seemed that engines were throwing out equality at a certain moment.
Yeah, right. So he played well, and then here perhaps knight takes b4 is just a little bit complicating its task. I wouldn't say it's a bad move per se, but e5 is a clean way to equalize. And here you have to find a surprising move f6 or e5 and f6, and it's not that obvious for a human because you want to get some pieces developed. So that's what he did, and I kind of thought I remembered up to rook a4, but I guess I was maybe perhaps wrong.
All of this prep.
Not too much. I mean, you can do a lot of prep in little time these days. So I thought I knew up to rook a4, but I might be mixing up. There's a lot of different setups, and I didn't over-prepare something. Just I knew this idea of rook a4, like, and the knight on b4 is kind of a bit stuck, let's say. And then after short castles, I was going to play knight e4, and then I suddenly saw bishop e3 and didn't see like where his knight would go at all. Like I was going to play here perhaps, and then grab the 2 bishops. I'm actually blundering rook d4. Oh, okay, it's very good. I didn't do this. I didn't see rook d4 at all.
Little details, of course, for the audience. The bishop is hanging, but also this threat of a knight d3. Let's just move the bishop somewhere. Knight d3 check, of course, picks up that rook. But a little bit of luck and a ton of skill because bishop e3, and it seemed that he couldn't answer properly.
Right, I didn't see what he's supposed to do. Well, apparently there's no like good solution anyway, so I think he's just in trouble here. And after that, I thought I converted reasonably well, but I'm never too sure, of course.
Of course, in a rapid game, you can't be so sure, but you ended up actually checkmating him.
Yeah.
An unusual experience.
Yeah, that doesn't happen too often, but I think by that point it was, anyway, losing, I guess.
Brilliant start here in the rapid for you. How's it feel, 2-2?
Yeah, just very good, because I think I played here last year and I won 2 games in total, so I'm already equal, like, in that sense, but of course, you know, it doesn't get any easier. I think I'm playing Wesley with, like, the next round, so it's going to be very tough to continue like this, of course.
Going 3 out of 3, though?
I doubt it, but I just take it as it goes, and I'm already very happy, regardless, let's say.
Absolutely. Well, Jordan Van Foreest with a great win, 4 out of 4 points. Remember that rapids count for double. Games in 10 minutes. Let's go back to the studio. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. And it's that time where we introduce one of our favorite items, Q Boutique. As always, has things on sale. And tell our audience what They're
that
looking
is?
at, yeah.
I would guess it's a chessboard, Yasser.
Very good.
I'll tell you more. It's a GCT chessboard.
Yes,
Grand
that's
Chess
the
Tour
whole point.
branded, premium, 20 inches, vinyl roll-up board featuring the official Grand Chess Tour logo. I would call it red, but it says burgundy and cream squares. 2.25 inches squares.
That's a
Perfect
brown and
on
white.
the go and for the travel.
Wonderful, wonderful. All available at Q Boutique. And as we take a break, we will share with you some of the scenes from the opening ceremony at Zagreb. See you for their third and final game of the day.
Hello everyone and welcome to Zagreb. We are going to have the opening ceremony of Grand Chess Tour starting very soon. 10 players, including world champion Magnus Carlsen, the challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi, and other top players in the world will just take part in the drawing of lots ceremony very soon.
And of course, I'm very happy that this tournament now has a lineup from Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and all the best players in the world. So that makes this place unique. Thank you very much all for coming.
I hope everyone will enjoy this tournament, and I wish more luck to everyone.
I would like to thank for the hospitality here in Croatia and say Hvala Hrvatska.
Of course, I like to be in Zagreb. The opening ceremony was very nice. Of course, it was a pleasure to have the Prime Minister with us and some nice moments.
We have 2 world champions here. It's always a pleasure to meet and see Gary, and I'm a big fan of Gary. Also, I'm very thankful to the Croatian government and for the Prime Minister gracing us with his presence.
It's always nice when you see chess getting so much importance. The Prime Minister of the country was here, and it's clearly a country where chess has a good tradition.
It's been an amazing opening ceremony and all of us are looking forward for the games. So let's get back to the action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the Rapid and Blitz from Zagreb, Croatia. We have 2 Rapid games under the books, the history books, Miro. What's our standings?
Sir, the hot take. If before the tournament you tell me that there will be one guy leading after 2 rounds and he will be from the pool of the wildcarders, you know I would pick Magnus and
Yes.
not Jordan, with all due respect. Yeah, Jordan,
Right.
amazing job so far. 2 out of 2, and the fashion he won both games.
Very, very impressive.
Very impressive.
And the pairings for this, our 3rd and final round of the day.
Yeah, so Carlsen white with MVL, well, the
Wonderful
heavyweighters.
matchup.
Yeah, Firouzja against Topalov. Firouzja letting Nepo off the hook, but still on +1, facing
Exactly.
Topalov, who's very, very, in a very bad shape. It seems Mamedyarov, Nepomniachtchi, Dominguez,
Big
Saric.
save by Shaq.
And so against one Foreest. I'm also very curious to see. You said Wesley So is doing his thing,
And his thing
was to make 2 draws with black to
Which
get white for the first time in this tournament and try to press with white. So
Precisely. That's exactly it. And again, we'll start with a heavyweight matchup. We're going to come to Jordan because I always like respecting the tournament leader. But Magnus Carlsen has done something different against MVL. MVL, of course, is noted for his, I want to say Najdorf, but queen takes d4, knight c6, and queen d2. That's the Wesley So Jordan Van Foreest game. I would love to see the Magnus Carlsen MVL game. And this, I just don't know enough about this take by Magnus, this knight c3
but
take.
this knight c3, queen d2, that's Magnus's own invention against the Najdorf.
Right.
And the theory there used to be g6 instead of e6.
Exactly.
Well, theory, you know, like
That's what they
quote-unquote
did.
theory, right?
Yeah, and sometimes they even tossed in a bishop h6.
Exactly.
Kind of funny stuff. But he played e6, Christian, and I wanted
There was
to...
actually a very big game in that G6 line between Grishuk with the white pieces and MVL with the black pieces. I don't think it was the candidates, but it was a very, very important
It was a second leg of the candidates in Yekaterinburg.
That's why I didn't think it was from the candidates, because there were so many candidates. It was the first leg of the candidates, then the second leg of the candidates, then the last candidates, so many candidates.
What is the state of theory about the move e7, e6?
So e6 has been played, but definitely not d5. So this is the surprise that we're seeing from MVL, and he immediately bolts out from the board, so that's quite surprising. This is a big hit by MVL that he prepared early on in the opening against this b3 line. d5 is a novelty. Knight to f6 was before played, a6 as well. Try to get much more of a standard Sicilian position. No. Let's go for this d5 pawn sacrifice. We have this position and potential. By the way, e takes d5 is not the only move. Knight to b4 seems to be a move as well, but e takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop to e6. We're going to get, well, I have to say, probably the type of position that MVL has deeply analyzed at home, and this might become dangerous for white. Nevertheless, Magnus Carlsen, maybe he is aware of what he's supposed to do as well. Let's take a look at the camera and see whether it feels like he's surprised or not. What do we think about his facial expression right now? And we actually don't have the camera.
He would look surprised.
It's surprising at least.
I mean,
at least.
this is a very unusual gambit as black. I mean, you just don't see this types of thing, Miro, but let's break it down.
What's the point of d5,
And there, does Magnus look surprised?
I think he does. Yeah.
I think he does. Although he's pretty good poker face.
He just came from the World Series of Poker. So.
Well, he just looked there like, okay, you did surprise me. Let's break it down for our audience. E takes, E takes. Now, the first thing I start noticing is I'm not really happy about this construction. I see bishop b4, I see d4, I see issues. So I feel like I'm compelled to take the pawn.
Well, he might be going for that.
And I feel like if I'm going to take the pawn, maybe I want to, evacuate the diagonal. Would you like to play bishop e6 and allow me to trade queens?
That's the question, because the alternative could be queen f6.
Okay, Queen F6, and then
Yeah, and
I have
bishop
to-
before.
Another
if it
alternative
works.
is actually queen to e7.
Queen E7
A queen
check.
e7 check
Yes.
as well. Yeah.
Just to get everything out with tempo. Queen
Yeah,
e7 followed by
check
knight to
is
f6.
tricky. Yeah, then knight to f6.
Followed by bishop f5. Everything
I'm getting
comes with
kicked
tempo.
around. I'm.
Well,
Boy,
actually,
I'm not so sure I'm happy
starting
here.
to get this feeling that, you know.
And, if ever you hit me with knight b4 and I'm compelled to play king d1, I've got issues. I'm not happy. And just checking on the lifetime between these two, wow, have they taken a measure of one another? And once again, 16 wins against Magnus is something to be lauded. But again, I see a kind of domination.
score. Yeah.
But you know, it's pretty one-sided there. I mean, no
absolutely.
question he's getting in his tickles as MVL. But how many draws?
30 draws. So almost as many as, Magnus won as many as 28 wins from Magnus and 30 draws.
I asked Viktor Korchnoi, had he won in 1974 the World Championship Candidates Final and become the challenger, and if he had played against Bobby Fischer, the must-win 10-game system, what would have been the result? And Victor said Bobby would win 10-5. With 32 draws, and we would both be in mental halls. That 32 draws was 10-5 and 32 draws. That looked like their score. Interesting. I wanted to ask you, Christian, what does the engine believe is the best bailout line for
Well,
Magnus?
first of all, queen to d5 is on the board. So,
It is.
Yes, and we haven't seen a response yet by MVL, which kind of surprises me. Knight takes d5 seems to have been the best move. Now, the whole idea of the position and the problem that we were facing in White's position was that very often this bishop to b4 creating the pin was coming on the board with a lot of problems on the dark squares. Now, the way you can solve that is with this maneuver. Also, some problems with a queen to e7 after queen to d5 and putting some pressure on the e file. The way you can solve both of those problems is by taking on d5 and then dropping the knight on e3. That's not very natural at the same time, right? Knight to f6 and then knight to e3. Not take on f6. And by the way, we do have a move on the board. It does seem like after queen takes d5, queen to f6. Your recommendation, Miro, was played by MVL. Let's take a look at the camera and see queen to f6.
Well,
that
I'm not sure if recommendation, but you know, a first attempt. Yeah.
that was a good recommendation.
First try. I like this move because I wanted to say I think queen e7 might have been met by queen e4.
By the way, do we have some tricks like bishop b2, bishop a3? Is that?
Yeah.
Swindles are always
Is that something that might be on tap in this position?
That's a move, I have to tell you.
Okay, that's a visual.
Castle, queen takes c3, right?
And I don't know, like castle, queen takes c3, bishop takes a3 is still not over, right?
Yeah.
Queen a1, my king escapes, and actually probably you're just fine with white.
Maybe you. But at first, bishop a3 might look good, but maybe just
bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
Or bishop b4 to start with, yeah.
Or bishop to b4 to start with.
And then if you go queen to e4, for example, now I can start thinking about bishop to a3 because I have long castle whenever you get the king to d2.
Ooh.
So those are some options that we need to consider.
Yeah, I think that's an alert just to show the audience what you spotted rather quickly.
And it's still not over, bishop to d3, but then you have to look at queen takes a2 ideas. And yeah, it's just a wild position. Bishop to b2 is on the board, by the way.
Okay,
guys.
so I mean, he basically threw down the gauntlet with queen f6. Again, your move queen e7 was nice, but here I mean, you can't allow castles, and you're just simply much worse. You would be a pawn down, and this bishop on b2 will soon be a monster. You have to.
By the way,
hit them.
the engine recommends bishop a3.
Okay, so apparently it does work. Yeah?
It does work somehow, yes.
So bishop a3.
So how does it? Let's try to figure out. So castles seem to be the only legit move in the position.
It sure looks that way to me as well. Castles. And
then
you're not immediately forced to take. You could
No, you take on
toss in
c3.
bishop.
It's actually not that complicated, or it doesn't lead to any like immediate killer blows. Queen takes c3 and then just knight f6. Just
Queen
develop the pieces, basically.
Okay, makes sense. Knight c3. Here we don't drop our queen back to d2 and
we
allow a
don't.
mate. I assume we
bad.
more or
Queen
less
to c4. Yeah.
force this situation.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if
This
you
looks
it's so
peculiar.
dangerous to take
You know,
that, right?
by circumstance, by a very strange circumstance, they were supposed to play a match. No castles. No castling between Vladimir Kramnik and Viswanathan Anand.
Oh, yeah.
A brainchild of Vladimir Kramnik was a chess variant where you're not allowed to castle. This looks like no castles.
Even though one guy castled.
One guy did castle, but king d2. It looks.
But this is a
weird.
bit shocking. You came up with this ridiculous d5 sacrifice.
Right.
Super strong, and then you don't follow it up with immediate blitz play after
Bishop
queen takes
a3.
d5. It's a little bit shocking, because if you don't play bishop a3, by the way, you're much worse.
Right.
As black. And you need to follow up the line that we actually were just looking at. Yes, queen to a1, king to d2, queen takes a2, and then the line continues. And it does look from afar that you might be getting checkmated with black pieces. Yeah, no, you played perfectly, Yasser. Queen to c4 was the right move.
Nobody ever says that about me anymore. You played perfectly. There was a very strange move also, queen c5. The idea
but then you have
was,
knight e4, right?
correct.
No.
The idea
queen
was
knight
I
e4.
wanted to protect my bishop, but check,
And
check,
Knight e4, that's a
and
problem.
I'm back where I started, but you do take on d1. I wanted to
that's a
say
big
like,
problem.
otherwise I was trying to discourage queen a2, but not very successfully.
But how is MVL not aware of this? I mean, you have to be looking at queen takes d5 and bishop e2, right?
But
It's
how?
almost the most natural. Rook to e1, and now we go into this wild variation. Rook to e1, bishop e6.
That's why I keep silence. I'm trying to understand what's going on after. Yeah, you take on e6.
And then I guess you don't have...
And king d8. And
yes.
I'm telling you
And
guys,
what's
this is a
going on?
no castles rule going on.
Not only no castles, but like break all the possible principles
As
of
well,
all
as
the
well.
laws of chess. Yeah.
And now you go queen to d6.
Queen d6
And draw.
yeah.
And I guess if you go king c8, you have problems after bishop c4, bishop e6, and you have to
bishop
go back
d3,
to e8.
Bishop d3.
Or bishop d3, bishop
yeah.
f5. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's one of those
it's a weird
grandmaster
line.
draws, right? King e8, queen e6 check.
Oh, really?
Right.
No, but wait a second. Can I really go to c8?
But again, I like to echo exactly what you were saying, Christian. This whole e6, d5, a novel approach that was properly prepared, we expect from MVL. And then Magnus plays queen takes d5, bishop b2, the most likely moves you can play. And then next, MVL goes into the think tank, and you're kind of wondering why bishop a3 is forced.
I'm not preparing bishop b2. It's kind of the weirdest shit.
Well, I think one of the things we like to challenge ourselves to is to make a prediction, usually before the first round, but it was the breaking news that stopped. And we have a lady, Anastasia. We're going to give you the whole floor.
All right. Take it away, Anastasia. Who do you have?
Who's your pick?
Well, for me, I think that we're going to see a repeat winner. I'm going to take Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He is the world Blitz champion. I think it really depends on if he gets in this move bishop a3 or not, but we'll see. What about you, Anastasia?
I think that I will pick up this time Wesley So. Of course, Magnus is already booked, so I cannot really pick him. So I would like to pick Wesley So. I think he's, of course, one of the best players in Rapid and Blitz. And I think he is the one who can compete with Magnus if they start this race. So this is my pick.
And I got to say, I was sweating my pick because Bishop A3 seemed like a hard move, but Bishop A3 on the board.
Nice.
And sorry, who booked Magnus? Was that you, Yasser? Miro is.
No.
I guess I'll book him. All right, I'll pick Magnus. Okay.
I was secretly hoping
you don't have to ask
this
twice.
mess continues.
You don't have to ask twice. I'll pick Magnus.
You can emphasize, you can double down on Christian's pick. Firouzja, by the way, also went with the #1 seed by rating there. But Miro, you're the guest.
Yeah,
you're
okay.
the guest of honor.
Okay,
Come on.
Let's say if I'm trying to be creative,
Correct.
and leave Magnus alone, yeah?
Yes.
You'd be surprised. But how about Mr. who won the candidates with round to spare in
Nepo.
very strong play? Yeah, Nepo. Let me go with Nepo.
I desperately want to say Jordan Ben Forest. I desperately want. I just think that he's up against too many monsters in this event. Ali Reza has a lot that he wants to right the ship from Madrid. It's Ali Reza, for me.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
So we've got a pretty good mix. Of course, Christian, he went with the #1 seed. He's not a very creative man.
It wasn't a very polite thing to do, right?
But it was a smart thing to do.
Stop the punches. Stop the punches, guys.
It was the smart thing to do. And guess what? The exact position that we have on our analysis board has appeared. MVL played the move knight c3, eschewing the early queen a1 check and putting the ball in Magnus's court. What are you going to do against queen a1 check and queen takes a2? And I think it's time to bail.
So
Queen c4.
Queen c4, the line we were looking
check
at, yeah.
Here and give.
Really to go for this perpetual.
Yeah.
And it's actually a very nice perpetual. So you have to go for that perpetual.
Yeah,
if you try to get
go
away
bishop
from it,
e6, yeah.
like take queen to d6, king to e8, and say, okay, you're threatening the move rook to d8, right?
Exactly.
Maybe I can go bishop to d3. I'm 2 moves away from checkmating you. I go knight f3, rook to e1, I'm checkmating you. But the problem is, after bishop to d3, I have knight d4, which is really nice.
Oh.
And that finishes the game. So you cannot do bishop.
That's a visual.
If you cannot do bishop d3, then you're pretty much forced to go for the
Can
perpetual.
black all of a sudden try to block with the knight? I understand it's like kind of taking
In which moment?
crazy amounts of risk. Well, not the e7, but d7. Yeah. I'm not that naive, Yasser. Yeah. Knight d7 might work. Knight e7 surely doesn't.
Just checking. Just wanted to make sure we were both reading the. I don't know.
So
my instinct is that bishop to d3, knight f3.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It just
your
develop
queen
the
is
pieces
kind of
normally,
trapped, right?
Yeah, the king doesn't feel great. Let's just take a look around the horn. And now that I've got skin in the game, I want to look at the game between Ali Reza and Veselin Topalov. Well, this looks like a Petrov.
Petrov, it must have been Petrov, yeah.
With his queen b3, that was a key feature. Was that a surprise for you, by the way, that Nepo played the Petrov so successfully in Madrid?
Well, I'm trying to
He got
understand.
a suicide win against Richard Rapport.
Yeah, I remember.
Made some easy, comfortable draws.
It's just that I'm not sure what part should be more surprising, him playing the Petrov or doing that well with it.
Yeah,
because
maybe
Petrov is a
both.
solid opening, of course.
And
well, he
his
played it during the
game
World
with-
Championship match also.
Game with Fabi was amazing game. This is the game I have between Shaq and Nepo. Wait a minute.
Wait a second.
That's
Am
an
I getting
extra
a
exchange.
second chance to pick? No, I don't like it. No. What is
As in chess, you can't take your moves back. It's a sacred thing that all commentators share. You know, our love for getting our predictions wrong. What happened?
Yeah, what happened?
Shaq just looks like he's doing very
that's
well.
an exchange.
suddenly.
But wait a second. But also, I mean, part of me, logic of the game is one thing, and moves that were played. But why so quickly?
What, sacrificing
Why
the
so
exchange?
quickly? I don't think it was sacrificed. I mean, yeah, like a lot of stuff has happened. Like, compare Carlsen and MVL. I understand it's a novelty and so on, but it's
10
like move
moves out of
9.
it. Yeah, right.
Move 32, the end game. And one guy is
32.
exchange up.
And wow, that happened very, very rapidly, and we think that Jan is on the back foot.
I think he just missed King G1.
At what moment? Right here?
After Rook takes C3, Queen C2, I think he just looked quickly. He saw King H3.
He thought it's a perpetual?
And he thought maybe
King
it's a
H3,
perpetual,
Queen
missed
F5.
King G1 and Queen F1. That's the only explanation I can come up with.
But yeah.
Okay.
But then it's a part of me, but it's a childish mistake.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sometimes you do have these blind spots, and Nepo plays sometimes very, very quickly, so you're not sure, because he calculates so well too. You're not sure at times when he's making these mistakes or blind spots. Linear Dominguez.
By the way, guys,
versus Saric.
Magnus and MVL are bolting into that variation with Bishop E6 and the exchange sacrifice.
Okay,
perpetual.
let's. There we do. We're right with you on that exchange sacrifice.
I think we're going to see a perpetual, guys.
Yep.
That might be it.
Again, a marvelous opening novelty there by MVL playing dividends. You get a draw with a world champion with black. This easy?
Yeah,
you go to your coaches and say, "Good job, guys. Good job. Here's a McDonald's coupon." And
Yes, sir. Come on.
seriously, you got to reward good work.
Was that what Victor was giving you, Yasser, when you were coaching Chick-fil-A?
Okay. Popeyes.
Popeyes.
Chicken.
Oh my goodness.
Nice. Well, does Magnus have that look of somebody who's about to make a draw?
Yes. Does MVL have that look? No. Somehow he's still trying for something. Is he actually going to go for 97?
No.
No, I don't think so.
No.
There's no way he goes for it. No. Come on, MVL.
See, the problem with 97 is look at the black queen and how just boxed in it is on the A2 square.
That's a big problem, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
King E8.
Well,
Yes,
yeah.
King E8. Okay.
And that beautiful move, Bishop D3, Knight E4 check. Once you see that, you got to go King E8, even if you're planning on Knight D7 on your next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Queen
Queen
E6,
E6,
King D8, and they'll call it a day, perhaps.
Well, a remarkably successful gambit. And you really want to save a novelty like that because it's a gorgeous novelty for a game like at the Singfield Cup. But I guess the cat is out of the bag right now, and people are going to be analyzing that game for some time to come. Let's just
And
jump.
that's a big question, right? I mean, you have this ridiculous novelty, D5, right?
Right.
And it's pretty good. It
It's-
definitely feels like it's pretty good, and probably it works in classical chess as well. Do you want to spend it on a rapid game?
Or a blitz game?
Or a blitz game? Why wouldn't you wait for a classical game? Because you know the players are looking for this queen d2 and b3 idea, right? There's this g6 line which goes into very, very complicated territory, theory that lasts 25 moves. But if you come as early as move, what was that? Move 6, d5. I mean, if you can get out of theory with the novelty at move 6, that's a bomb right there. So
Right.
I'm not 100% sure if you want to spend it on a rapid game.
Okay, I have a different philosophy. My philosophy was always that I prepared a lot of novelties. didn't always get a chance to play them, though.
Yeah, you have
I mean,
enough.
my opponents, what was even worse is, like, Gary was especially, I want to say, sensitive to opening theory. And it was sort of like, when I had prepared something, it was like other people got a chance to play it first. You know? It was very, very, very frustrating. Shaq definitely better, and in this case, he's really ready once again to play rook takes c6. A move like queen d3, queen drops back to e3 is just the end game that even if you take this pawn, I want to play rook versus knight. I can go rook c5, rook a5. You have, on a material scale, you're doing okay, but actually the rook will dominate the knight very, very,
dominate easily.
Yeah, so that's good for. Let's jump to Zagreb and Alejandro.
Thank you, guys. We're here with the world champion, dominant player for over a decade. Magnus, welcome to the studio. Tell us about today's game. Today, d5 seemed to shock you, but you responded well.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably should have known that move. When he went 5e6, I mean, I thought that was a bit of a strange move already if he's going to go knight f6. So I figured he was going to go d5, but then I thought, maybe it's not so good. And then, yeah, I'd actually kind of missed his reply in the game.
Which reply exactly?
No, 11 knight f6. I just missed because the queen was on f6 in the other lines. So the fact that the knight would appear on f6, also where it's not really protecting its king, was a bit surprising. But fortunately for me, it's still a draw after that, which I think was a pretty fair result overall.
So knight f6 caught you a little bit by surprise. What were you expecting?
I didn't know what to expect, really. I think when you're encountered with a surprise in the opening where the position is super sharp, I don't think you have a lot of expectations. You just try and hold on somehow, and sometimes you can even get a game, but this is normally what happens, that it just turns into some kind of forced draw.
Magnus, we have to ask, the big news came out today. You're not defending your world title. Does it feel lighter? How do you feel?
No, it's okay. I mean, I've been in this mindset now for over a year. So obviously, it's when it's official, it feels a bit weird, but I'm fine with that. I'll continue to play a bunch and then try and do as well as I can.
Tell us a little bit what this means to you as a player. Will you be as competitive? Are you still trying to get to new heights, or are you slowing down a bit?
No, I mean, I think for a few years now I haven't been as competitive as I used to be, but I still want to play chess and I still want to do well. It's just I'm perhaps not quite as, I don't have the same drive, but that doesn't mean I'm going to play a lot worse.
No, absolutely. You're still dominant and showing great chess. Tell us a little bit what this means to you as a person. Will you be dedicating time to other activities?
We'll see. I have some ideas. Don't know what they'll come to really. Otherwise, I still love playing chess. So I'm going to do that a bunch.
And I have to ask you, the World Championship match won't have you. Do you think that the value of it goes down without having the World Champion defend and the best player?
Yeah, I guess so. But that's not really my problem.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Magnus. We have plenty of chess ahead for you guys. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Alejandro, and thank you for your questions. It had to be asked. It had to be asked, and Magnus, he's aware of the gravity of the situation because the world of chess, speaking for ourselves, would mourn very much so Magnus's absence at the board. It was an extraordinary period in chess where we had such a dominant world champion who was first in classical chess, rapid, and blitz, and oftentimes had a triple title.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to step back from the crown jewel of the world of chess, the classical chess title, is a loss for the chess world.
Yeah, absolutely. Just once again, a random thought. Partially I've joined this, this movement myself. We were complaining that, a lot of people did complain, especially after the Caruana match happened, like 12 draws, and something had to be changed for the World Championship match to be more interesting. And what we complainers would do would look for a better challenger. Like dethroning Magnus was never an option. I mean, it would not cross my mind at all.
Right.
So I'm still in sort of disbelief. So at least he said he'll be playing chess at once.
Yes, and not like Bobby Fischer simply withdrawing from chess, but actually, and by the way, we'll be coming to Miami for the Meltwater Championship as well as to the Sinkville Cup. So he's definitely keeping his high-level agenda where he's playing a lot of games. And, well, we're still internalizing the whole thing. I just want to turn our attention. Yasser, from YouTube, does Carlsen not playing for the World Champion feel reminiscent of Fischer not playing, or does it feel completely different? Both. The weird part is it feels very, very reminiscent. The other weird part is absolutely different. Bobby quit, stopped completely. He didn't play the World Championship and really wasn't heard from again. Magnus is going to be a very active player, as he just expressed it himself. So it's different.
Yeah.
The way I see it is just from a branding perspective, it feels reminiscent, but from an actual chess perspective, Bobby never defended his title, right? Magnus stayed at the top for, it's been already 9 years, almost a decade, right? So there's definitely different periods. Also, Magnus managed to push chess to new heights, let's be honest. Such a dominant champion, he brought new initiatives into the game. So he's definitely been very active as a chess player, as a champion, as a promoter as well. And it does seem like he wants to maintain those titles. He still wants to push his tour as well, be the promoter that he definitely enjoys being, as well as a big competitor. He said that his 2,900 rating goal is not changing anytime soon. He is still gunning for that one. So I don't think we've seen the last of Magnus, that's for sure. He's still going to maintain his competitiveness, his spirit that brought him to the mountaintop.
No question about it. He achieved extraordinary heights, especially in his home country of Norway. I mean, single-handedly put chess on the map. Norway, the fantastic sports-mad country where Winter Olympic sports is considered, and they're actually great gold medalists. And suddenly, chess was on public television, and people were really geared. I think for a lot of Norwegian children, they're going to be very unhappy. I've been to Norway a couple of times, and I've seen all of these kids with their Norwegian flags and their face painted, and then suddenly they've got chess pieces in their hand. They're asking for autograph. But it's amazing. It's still quite a blow for us. We're settling with it, and we'll be asking more quiz questions to Magnus. But in the meanwhile, what do we think about the Shaq game? Nepo, he gave up the c6 pawn for what?
For
what did he get?
A couple of checks, no?
He got a couple of checks. Well,
maybe king f1, and then Jan is thinking, but after queen d1, where the king's running, are you planning on running to h3?
Yes.
Isn't it ironic? So first he went for a perpetual check, missing that king hides on g1. So now but he was calculating or kind of expecting the king to run to h3. Now he gives up the second pawn or whatever. He given an exchange, went for the perpetual. Now he goes for the perpetual. The king runs to h3. So it wasn't allowed yet back then. But
it's
now,
almost some kind of a double punishment.
Yeah,
like you got it wrong the first time, and now we're going to punish you the
have
second
tried
time.
everything. Yeah.
Right? I mean,
not only that, but you're the one getting checkmated, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
So the moment the checks stop, rook c8 is there.
And rook h8, and suddenly the king gets flushed.
There's actually a very nice checkmate. If you take on b2, for example, rook to c8, maybe we can show that on the board.
Yes.
King h7, rook h8, king g6, rook g8 back. And now if you go to h5, then I can go g4. Oh, that's not a checkmate. No queen h2.
This is where Cristian says, and now the genius.
Oh,
yeah. I was actually a little bit puzzled. What is the checkmate that I cannot see?
Checkmate?
I was being very, very quiet. Waiting.
You were waiting for queen h2, Yasser.
Correct.
But wait a second. Can you do it in a different order? King h5, go queen e1. I mean, would it be? I mean, if this solves, it would be
There's
nice.
one check on b5,
nice.
but that's about it.
Yeah, you have one check, but king g1 and then g4 has got to be a checkmate, right?
Yeah.
That looks
That's
very nice.
That's it.
Yeah.
Good idea, wrong execution. That's
Yeah, you see, but Christian inspired me to find this move. Yeah,
Exactly.
So teamwork.
The two of you make a formidable player. But yes, that's a very, very nice checkmate. Similar to that is the whole idea is if you don't take on b2, but if you do continue, then the king ends up on h3, where it's really ready to deliver the mate. As you've described it with g4 already. This looks sorry for your brilliant
pick.
Okay.
Do we do it every day, Yasser?
You don't understand. You suck. No. Nice try. But we like the new blood, right, Cristian?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What have you been keeping your eye on?
I was looking at pretty much all the games and trying to see where we stand. Not as many things have been happening except this one, the game between Firouzja and a struggling Westin Topalov. And this is where we stand right now. 1 pawn to the good for Alireza still. We do have the opposite color bishops on the board, so that could potentially help Black in his quest to maintain or find the elusive equality right now. Nevertheless, it does feel like Alireza is on the brink of potentially breaking through. You still have some problems in your structure as Black. And only 3 minutes for Westin and 17 minutes for Alireza. Huge time difference in this one. Maybe we can pan to that game with the cameras and see the expression of Westin Topalov right now. By the way, that purple violet jacket it reminds me of the Joker almost.
Yeah, it's a very and Westin is like, what am I doing? He started with 2 losses, by the way, so this could be
the third one.
Terrible. I wanted to turn our attention, while we admire Westin's jacket, to the game of Lanier versus Ivan Saric, because you may be early here in St. Louis, but I can count 2 rooks, and I can count 1 rook for Lanier. What's going on?
He did not lose the rook, I can tell you that.
He did sacrifice it.
Yeah.
Yes. And his idea is... wow, there's your answer. Bishop a4.
Bishop a4, seriously.
That did not... Oh, he's covering e8.
Yep.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
So if the queen goes away, yeah?
Yes.
It's a couple of checks on the H file with the rook, right? Or it's just,
it's just
check
checkmate.
and then check on h7.
Yes, because the
hiding the important part.
Yeah, the hiding bolt, the e8 square has been magically covered with a gain of tempo.
So that forces you to take.
Yeah, he'll have to take then.
Yes.
He'll have to take queen to c7. Right now, those checks do not lead anywhere. So
But what about rook to f7?
There's a d1 mate.
Why
though.
is this that bad?
Yeah, and then you go to f7, and it's what? Check on
We've got that on the
Yeah,
board.
we are
We've got this
getting
position.
that, yeah.
Is it? This is remarkable.
Check
Can
on
I actually
H1?
go check on H1?
Okay.
Give up the attack on the bishop?
King G8 is the only
Now
move.
Queen E5 or what?
And still Queen E5.
Now Rook G7. Do you have
Wow.
more than a
And it's a
perpetual?
perpetual, right?
No, I'm winning.
Rook
how
to
are you
G7.
winning? Rook G7?
Queen E6.
King
Rook-
F8?
King F8.
No, King F8, Rook
King,
H8. Sorry.
yeah, King
Let
F8 is
me
not-
explain to Cristian. Because it's a beautiful mating pattern.
You're
Yeah,
emboldened today.
Oh, wait a second, but then you do win. Then you do win.
You Rook H7. I've got Queen.
No,
you've got
no.
Queen D1.
No, wait a minute. So I still go Rook G7, Queen E6, Rook F7. How do you checkmate me?
I
But
was
then
going to take
the
on
G pawn
F7.
disappears. Yeah, that just shows. Yeah, I think.
So if you block my mating threat with Rook G7, I was going to check.
Yeah.
Right.
And I was
And
going to
then
check
it's a
you again.
check, yeah.
And then you have G6 at the end. And by the way, Topalov resigned, guys.
Wow.
Yeah, that would win.
That would win. Sorry, let me just check.
But what happened to
A
Veselin?
disaster.
Like,
It just like
completely fell apart.
The dam collapsed and burst and everything else. I want to go back again to the game that we were just following because this is,
Yeah, this is exciting.
guys, if this works for white, it's really a remarkable conception.
So Rook to F7.
So Rook to H1 is on the board.
Yeah,
Rook to
H1.
Now you have to go.
King G8 is
To
absolutely
G8.
forced.
Otherwise, this check is devastating. So king to G8.
Yeah.
And then once again,
By the way,
here-
how devastating is that check again?
Well,
King G7, Queen E5, Bishop F6. How bad is that?
How bad is that? Bishop F6. Okay. Captures.
it feels.
At least you can take on D5, right?
I could take on D5. I'm a little bit more afraid of some kind of.
Check and Queen D8 no? Or Queen B8. But he always going to have Rook F8, Rook F7, Yasser. So we will have to settle
And,
for Queen D5.
By the way, we have
but-
King G8, Queen E5 on the board.
Wow. And by the
King
way,
G8,
the clock times, because Lanier is playing this combination.
14 minutes for Lanier, only 5 minutes for Saric.
Right? And boy, for Ivan, I mean, he's certainly been in a roller coaster ride these first two games.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, he's a rook ahead, and Lanier's attacking him like a genius here.
Okay, what about this?
Okay.
What about Rook to H7?
That was the
Rook
move
H7, yeah.
I think we
That's-
were forced to come to terms with. But then I was afraid I was losing the G pawn with check. Rook Queen D1. Excuse
No.
me.
Queen
After
Queen-
Queen
Queen-
6, I
Queen
go
D1
King
mate.
F8. Yes.
Yeah, you can't
Yes.
really take on H7. That's the problem.
Correct.
Can you take on D5 though?
And make a top.
Yes.
Try to.
Now I cover D1.
But now I go King G7, right?
And this is where you
G7.
lose. This is where. No.
No, wait
yes.
a second. No.
This is where you lose. I take.
Yes.
No, he doesn't.
Take.
Queen F7.
You don't have Queen
Check.
E8 though.
And there is no check.
There's no Queen E8. My queen is there.
Queen E8 is
It would have
forbidden.
been, yeah, it would have been.
That was where I pick up the G pawn also with check. Oh my goodness. So then I have to
So-
go back.
Yeah, we can return back, so pretend that we won a D5 pawn for free, but
And now you've
would you
got
believe
King
there is
F8.
no progress?
That is.
Because I had hard time believing. I have hard time believing that white can't really.
Well, actually, now you might be worse.
Right. I have to be careful not to.
You have to stay on D5, I think.
Wow. So Ivan is.
But Rook to H7 is not a very clear
Yeah,
move.
he has to find this Rook H7, otherwise he's toast.
So this is the current position, and
Yeah.
and Rook H7 is.
And look at his.
I mean, I
His
think he's in
posture.
disbelief.
I
It's like
think
he was a
feels
rook
he just
ahead,
lost.
and I miss Bishop A4, and I'm surrounded with all of this talented grandmasters, and
Look at
then
him. He's incredulous about his situation right now.
Totally.
He thinks he's lost. Lanier has been blitzing out his moves.
Right.
Showed confidence up to this point, and basically just is willing his way into a victory in this one if he doesn't fight in rook to h7, and he might not, just because of the fact that he thinks the assessment is that he's lost right now.
Yeah. And I won't be surprised if Lenier is thinking that he's winning.
Very likely,
You know,
yes.
it's very
Sometimes
likely
you-
this,
Very likely.
this
you-
energy, the confidence
Right.
thing. Yeah, I mean, if you see that the opponent got the defense, somehow you turn to transition this sense, and he
Even
he
though
might
Lenier
pick it
is
up.
very stone-faced right now, you see, he's
Right.
not showing any signs.
Yeah, but Saric, just look at him. Yeah, he's clearly
In distress.
Clearly disappointed.
Right.
Rook to h7.
No,
Will he find it?
It so oftentimes happens in chess, this double blindness or this transference, if
Yeah,
you
yeah,
will. My
absolutely.
confidence is transferred across the board to depress my opponent. You know?
Absolutely.
And he misses the defense. Rook h7. By the way,
He found it.
found it. And
Wow.
instantly queen takes d5.
Queen
I've
takes
got it all
d5.
figured out.
And then what did we say?
King f8.
We said king
Only
f8,
move.
yes.
King
But
f8.
good enough.
Wait, was it? No, king f8, rook takes h7. What are we talking about?
No, queen
No,
d.
no. What we were doing?
No,
King
king
g7.
g7.
King g7
Yeah, well,
here.
yeah, because queen d1 is protected.
King
now.
to f8 comes when you put the queen on e6.
Yeah, queen e5
That's right.
or queen e6. Yeah.
That's right.
So that I still have queen to d1 at the end.
Correct. So with the d.
All right, but let's figure this
square
out. Does
protected.
king to h8 work right now? Or is king to g8 the only move? King to g7 the only move?
King h8 seems to work.
King h8, you still have queen to d4, but that doesn't change anything. King to g7 is on board.
Okay, that's the more natural move to my eyes than king h8. King
Well,
g8.
all
But
right, Lenier. You
is
blitzed out
it-
your moves
Is it
after
more
this
than a
point.
perpetual? That's what.
Show me the goods.
Yeah, right. Our inquiring minds want to know.
And maybe he realizes also that this might be his escape.
Just
Right, but wait a second. Shouldn't we be doubting our face reading
Right.
abilities? Right?
Yeah.
He looked like he felt doomed and you know was cursing himself. And then all of a sudden he plays two
Exactly.
only moves
The
in
best
a row.
moves.
Exactly.
On 1 minute.
Right.
These chess players, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Devious.
Tedious. Yes.
Now, rook to e1, you cannot prolong the game like that. King to f8, and you're probably just going to be a piece down, right?
Is that so sure?
Rook to e1, king f8.
You have queen e8 as a.
Then I have
as a
queen e8. I'm boxing myself in, and it feels like
But yeah.
more or less fine.
Wow.
So there's actually no way for you to continue the
Because
game, I guess.
it's hard to believe that a moment ago we had this situation where we had a queen on the 7th rank, we had a rook hitting the bishop, and then the rook voluntarily moved away, and we jumped to the current position, and we start thinking that the rook would come back to e1,
Back to e1, yeah.
after voluntarily moving away not so long ago.
Yeah. So since we are
Yes,
back to this,
please.
can we go a couple of moves back, because we had a question: what happens to king g7? Apparently, I figured this one out. Remember, so when rook h1, when rook h1 was first played, and we said, okay, it's not clear how to beat king g7, but
Yes.
it is now. So king g7, queen e5 check, we
Okay.
were right, and after bishop f6, you do not take. You go queen b8.
no.
You go queen b8 at once, and the point is, like, queen h8 is still a deadly threat.
Mate.
Rook f8, and
mate.
this is the moment you take the bishop. Black has no response. Yeah, no piece to take
That's
on f6.
beautiful.
Yeah, that's a beautiful trick. I don't know.
It
if,
really,
Dominguez had
really
seen
is.
it.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for that, Miro. That is really outstanding.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see
I think we're going to
repetition.
see a perpetual, actually.
Kudos to Ivan. I mean, defending this one with your
Was it?
opponent, almost 2,800, blitzing out his moves like this with confidence.
Exactly.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
Especially when he was showing signs that he's in distress, right? And that's when you're at your most vulnerable. queen to e5. So now he's changing the setup just a little bit.
Yeah, he still has it, right? King F. Wait, King
But
F.
now King F8. Wait a minute.
King F8. Or maybe he's kind of fine with King F8, Queen F4 check, and then.
No, but King F8, you have Queen B8.
Queen B8.
King G7, Queen
there.
E5.
Yeah.
That's the repetition.
You're right. So he
still a perpetual.
Always has a perpetual, yeah.
And I think that actually maybe forces it. No, but then you also have to contend with Queen takes F4. Maybe you don't want to do that. Just go King G8. Don't allow him to take on F4. Because then, even if you go to E8 and he goes for King to F8.
He goes for King to F8.
Wow.
Yeah, but that is what I was thinking. So now if we can pick up one more pawn with a check and
That
then
was the
return to
question.
this position, right, with
Yeah,
checks.
slowly.
But then
maybe-
you don't have the perpetual
Maybe
anymore.
finally
'Cause I go
have
King
Rook
G8.
G1, yeah? No, but maybe King G8, don't I have a...
No more perpetual for you.
Yeah, you're right. And Rook E1, it's a tricky business. I've
Rook
only,
E1, Rook
only got
F7.
one pawn for a piece. Yeah.
That's not
Yeah,
what
no,
you
that's
wanted
not
when
what-
you entered this. So King F8 may be a nice little trap, cheapo, by Ivan as he tries to lure his opponent into overreaching with Queen takes F4, King G8. And let's just take a gander.
Yeah, I'm
at the game
impressed
between-
that this game is still on.
Yeah, like, okay, Nepo is down to his last trump card. He has just played the move G4 check. By the way, King takes G4 looks like absolutely the only move. King takes G4 and...
Only but good enough.
Only but good enough. Queen takes...
And then the king hides back to
Or
H3.
even the kind...
Yeah, you
much
go back
better.
to H3.
Much better.
The very frustrating H3 square. Yeah.
Right? And what is H5 check?
H5.
Now do I have to go
Back
King
to
H3?
perhaps?
Yes.
And I do a little...
Dance.
the
Nice shuffle.
dance. A draw, a very creative game, I want to say.
That was a very interesting game, of course.
Lanier dropped a rook, then he was a piece down, then he refused to recapture it. There was mates on both sides of the board, Queen D1 for Ivan, and Nepo
has resigned.
has lost.
Yep. But
Well, for Shaq, again, another one of those really roller coaster days. By the way, this is the first time I've seen Nepo lose a game
in a while.
in a long while. I mean, it certainly didn't happen during the candidates. We all know that. And we have one remaining game. That is our tournament leader,
Yeah,
who,
well,
we-
should have
who we
paid more
managed to
attention to.
ignore. The Dutch fans are screaming, gnashing their teeth in angst. And what do we have? Well, that's a pretty powerful pawn passer by white on the d6 square.
Yeah, but after 95, somehow it doesn't look
As menacing as
So
you
pawn
want it to
takes-
be?
Pawn takes back, perhaps.
Pawn takes...
Yeah, that's the question. What you take it with? 'cause
Probably with the pawn, right?
technically-
Yeah, if you take with the knight, I'm thinking queen b6 with the idea queen c7.
Queen C7 will be
might
annoying,
hurt your
yeah.
feelings. So here, the knight stands ready to make a blockade, and that's important. Also, by the way, Jordan's king is remarkably safe from any wayward interferences.
But it has to be white to be preferred right
Sure.
now, right?
But give me
Like what if I go queen b6? Now,
yeah.
I have this little trick. If you go rook to d8, I, even in this position, have the move queen to c7, right?
Oops, that was a finger failure. My apologies. Queen
Slight
to
trick in the position.
Oh, that's a nice one.
And
yeah.
if you take,
Yeah.
take, and probably if you go rook to c8 after bishop e5, rook d7, you might be hurting in that endgame. And if you don't, if you take my rook, then king to h2, and there's no way to stop the
Right.
pawn.
So queen b6, still problems for Jordan to solve, but my temptation would be to play rook and
Knight g6 was played.
Knight g6.
Knight g6.
That,
In order to
strikes,
defend from f8? Blockade
chord.
from f8?
Yeah, that's
Can't say I'm a big fan of this move.
honestly, yeah, hard to believe.
That's strange. If you were going to play for knight f8, you would have rather started with knight f8, right?
So can I try to get the rook to the a file after knight g6, maybe rook to a1?
Makes a lot of sense, right?
He did not. He played queen to c7 and knight to f8
Oops.
is on the board.
Queen to c7, knight f8 on the board. Okay, well, this is I'm not going to say the ideal, but certainly you're blockading. The pawn's not going to c7 and it's not going to d7. What are the times, by the way? Very hard for me to tell.
7 minutes for Jordan. Only 2 minutes and 40 seconds for Wesley.
Okay, one of the things that I do really respect about Wesley is that it's the consistency of his moves. So many times we just see Wesley just playing a lot of just good moves. He very, very rarely makes any egregious error, I want to say.
And it seems like so far, up to this point, after 3 rounds, half of the games have been decisive. This is just impressive.
Remarkable.
And you might be wondering why after 2 rounds Foreest has 4 points and Wesley 2 of them. Well, because we score rapid differently than Blitz. We give 2 points for a victory in rapid and 1 point for a draw. In Blitz, which is going to become day 4 and day 5, that's when we're going to return to the classical scoring format.
Exactly. We do have rook c8 on the board, and you almost think to yourself, is it really a threat to take my queen? You know, like sometimes...
Wesley thinks so.
And Wesley said, yeah, well, I mean, actually, there is a threat. This was what I was thinking, that if I could get the rook behind the pawn, can I at least play c5 and stop ideas of queen h5? It wasn't... Was this absolutely certain? Queen takes, knight takes, rook to d7? I guess you just know.
Yeah, rook d8, that's what I was thinking. Rook d8 and probably knight e5 on the next
And then you're okay.
But do I have to go rook to d8? Or can I even go knight to e5 already at that point?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe not, because you have rook c7. Yeah, no, I don't want that.
Yeah, but rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8 doesn't look that stupid, and also knight
okay.
c5 in some cases. Yeah.
Yeah, the worst I could do is win a pawn.
Right. So this, and now c5 perhaps is an absolute must. Yeah.
Yes.
To cover the 5th rank, and also to remind White that yes, your pawn is further advanced, but
yeah,
I do have
one of the things that amateurs should always realize: your worst blockader is your queen. Your best blockader actually is a knight, because the knight oftentimes blockades, especially a pawn, you know, on the 5th rank. The knight stands in front of the pawn and it attacks squares. So c5, while very good, queen e6 and knight d7 is also highly recommended in such positions to trade
the problem with that is rook to b7 followed by queen to a7 just feels a little bit off for black.
b7.
If you go queen to e6, knight d7, but he went c5.
He went c5.
c5 and queen a6 instantly.
Queen a6 instantaneously. So what does he want?
As we watch this game, we're going to just turn to Zagreb as we have Alejandro with Linear Dominguez.
We're here with a top theoretician, Linear Dominguez. That was a crazy draw you just had. How does it feel? You won a brilliancy prize with this variation already, and you decided to go into it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very tricky line for black. I knew it was a draw, but I thought that in rapid chess and it's kind of hard to find all the moves, or even if you know them, which you're supposed to know, but still you have to remember, and it's not so simple. But he did all right, and I think, yeah, there was nothing to do.
Yeah, he played this move Queen E8, which was definitely the improvement from your game, of course, against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at the Singfield Cup. But you still kept some pressure.
Yeah, I mean, after rook d1, of course, is the logical move, and then yeah, black has to go rook c7, and it looks very, I mean, dangerous for black because you cannot move the bishop and opening the h file. But yeah, it's just move per move here. This d5 and queen c6, I think it's very precise. I think queen a8 is also probably fine, but d5 and queen e5, and then I think the critical moment was after hd, fg, rook h7.
Rook h7 was great. I was in the playing hall, and you went for your rook, took on h7. Your opponent seemed a bit surprised, and this move bishop a4. How did you even come up with this idea?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that it's possible, but black's moves after that are not that difficult. I mean, rook f7, it's the only move, but it's such an obvious move. So I wasn't sure if I should go for this or to play instead of bishop a4, rook h1 and rook h6, which I believe is also objectively equal. And now bishop f6 is the correct move. Not such a simple move, but black doesn't have many moves anyway. And after gf6, rook f6, I didn't really see how I'm playing for a win here. I thought that potentially this could be, of course, tricky for me, so I went for the other line, which, I mean, I saw that it was just a draw.
Absolutely. Topsy-turvy day today, had a tough one in round 2. How do you feel at the end of today?
Yeah, I mean, it's, it wasn't the best day in the world for me, but it's the first day, so main thing was just to get into practice a little bit, and hopefully tomorrow will be better.
Lanier Dominguez looking for those brilliancy prizes. Well, let's see what happens in the last game remaining in today's round. Back to the studio.
Alejandro, if you may ask Lanier for a quick question about the whole Magnus and how he feels as an international grandmaster, world-class player, Magnus stepping down from the World Championship match.
Oh. We wanted to ask you as well. We had big news today. Magnus Carlsen won't be defending his World Championship title. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, initially I thought it's not really going to happen, but yeah, it's for real. So I guess he has his reasons. It's very interesting because he seems to do what nobody else does. So yeah, in a way, I think I can understand that the pressure of defending the title when there is a possibility, obviously, that you can lose takes a lot of energy, and it's stressful and all that. And he just wants to play without pressure, just to play tournaments. So I can see that. I mean, it's obviously strange in the sense that if you're the best player in the world, you should play normally, and you have many things to achieve, like legacy and stuff like that. But yeah, I guess it's his decision, and it's an interesting one.
Seems like it comes as a shock to you.
Yeah, well, at some point, I mean, at the beginning, I thought that it's just he's just kidding a bit. I mean, he was maybe messing with the other players and the candidates because psychologically it also puts some pressure on some people. But then I realized that maybe he's for real. So it's it's an interesting decision.
Absolutely. And today, well, confirmation for real. Magnus Carlsen will not be defending. Well, thank you, Lanier, and good luck the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lanier. Always interesting to hear the perspectives of the players, and they're right there. I mean, you know, there's the world champion saying, guys, lots of luck. But we've got a tournament, the Grand Chess Tour. It's ongoing, and we've got a game. Our tournament leader, Jordan Van Foreest, on the right with the black pieces, has won his first 2 games.
But guys, how do we feel about the position right now after this move, rook to b8?
Yeah.
I have a big threat, rook to b2. You cannot touch the knight, right? You don't have time to do that. You have to go queen to d2. But now I can defend from the side, rook to b7. I have everything protected, and I have a pawn up.
Precisely.
How is this position?
He just snapped off the pawn.
Swindled? Wesley So right now?
Rather, Wesley So swindled himself, I'm guessing, at some point. Yeah, but that's unexpected.
Knight to e5?
Knight to e5. Rook b7 was crying.
Isn't it like pushing it too far, this knight e5 thing?
Knight e5.
I'll wait it a second, but if you
cannot take
on
because of rook to
e5,
b1.
it's a rook b1 into mezzo, and then, yeah, you'll have to go to...
But I was thinking that you're releasing...
But by the way, even that is not very clear, right? Rook to b1, I have king to f2.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But there's also D7.
Yeah, there's also this D7 thing.
Which, normally speaking, you don't let the... Oh, rook E7 came. What's the times? Because I'm not really too sure.
Wesley's like down to his
1 minute and
37
seconds against 1 minute and 50 for Jordan.
Ooh, this is where nerves plays a crucial role. The first thing I look at is checks, right? Because you're almost thinking, if you can get the king to go to H2, you've got another check and maybe rook to B2. What's your knee-jerk reaction to Queen B1 check?
Doesn't it look? Doesn't it just work?
Yeah, well,
I don't think it works, right?
Why?
I take and then rook to E2.
Queen B1 check.
So knight to F3, right?
Take, and then rook to B2, rook to E2.
And you want to play...
Rook to E2. And as we are keeping our eyes on this one, we're going to jump back to Zagreb and Alejandro with Nepo.
We're here with the man that crushed the candidates, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, not the best day for you, but on the other hand, huge news. What are your feelings now that you're going to be playing Ding Liren instead of Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, quite some news. I'm not privileged, not supposed to speak, on behalf of, let's say, chess community. Yes, so I'll just speak on behalf of myself. It, personally for me was of course quite disappointing and just quite sad. And it's not about like the human decision. It's completely understandable, and of course I respect it because first of all, me and Magnus we have some quite good relationships, and we know each other for I would say 20 years or something. So I can imagine it was quite a painful decision for him as well. But I also feel like maybe he felt himself more or less like, I would say, hostage of this whole situation. Yes, so he probably, yes, so he obliged to, supposedly, he obliged to defend the title every time, and perhaps it's a huge pressure. Yes, so out of my quite small, comparing to him, experience of the title matches, it could be not great, but also like the candidates, despite the result, it's very tough. Right. So, of course, it's quite disappointing for me, but also I guess it could be quite some harm which could be done to chess by this decision. But once again, I'm not in position to judge, and I must say that Magnus is, and probably will be one of the greatest chess ambassadors, regardless his decision.
Talk to us a little bit about the upcoming match. You're playing a completely different player. You're not going to be playing the #1 player in the world. In your personal opinion, does it hold the same value?
Well, I think so, because it's more or less, it's the same. Yeah, it's a title match, and once again, as I have said before for many times, I evaluate Ding's chess qualities quite high. I wouldn't say he's anything quicker overall in chess-wise than Magnus. Okay, Magnus is a tremendous sportsman, and this, however, makes a difference. But chess-wise, Ding is just a completely outstanding player.
Absolutely, it's going to be a tough match, as we see there. Your match against Ding Liren scheduled for next year. It's going to be a tough one. We wish you the best of luck on this tournament and, of course, on the match.
Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, back to the studio. One game remaining.
Thank you, Jan, for sharing your thoughts. Again, it's just such a big day. This is International Chess Day. The irony, Miro, is that on this day of days, one of the greatest, most dominant world champions ever announces that he's not going to defend his title.
Yeah.
He's not retiring.
He's not retiring.
That's very important, right? It's not the situation that we had with Bobby Fischer, completely disappearing.
Exactly.
Right? We have a completely different story. He's still within the chess world, but it does diminish the prestige of the World Championship title, in my opinion. Nepo said that no. I think it kind of does.
It does. A quick question about the game underway. Wesley So up a rook, but
Can he escape the checks?
Is there a way that he can dance his way out of a perpetual Miro?
Well,
King D3, for example?
He cannot, but I think Black has to be very careful giving those checks.
So let's go behind. Let's go from F1. Basically, I'm just trying to take advantage of the fact that I don't think you can go to D5 at any time.
Yeah.
So this is my
check.
plan. I don't want to allow you to go to B5.
So King E4, okay. So
if you go to B5, then I'm in trouble.
King E4, but how do you
Then you
continue
go Queen
from there?
F4.
Ah, Queen F4 back, yeah, pardon me.
He did go, hold on.
King to C3 is on the board.
King to C3.
But now Queen to C1. Doesn't that force a draw? Oh, you can still go to C4, I guess.
Well, you got Queen to B4 check.
Queen B4 is going to be
And
met by
again,
King
I
to
can't go to D5.
Yeah, but Queen B4 and King D3, Queen B1
exactly.
perhaps keeps
Again,
you kind of in the zone. Yes,
that
it's
is. That's a very tricky
geometry.
perpetual
That
with
is
the
geometry
E5
right there.
and C5 pawns. Nice.
Oh, that's beautiful. And if you go to E2, I go to E4.
Wow.
It's
but wait a
super
second, but
nice.
Uran is down to like, what, seconds? Literally
5
seconds.
seconds, guys.
No.
Queen
3
C2,
seconds, Queen
and
to
he-
C2,
Queen
but that
C2 loses.
must lose, right?
No,
Yeah,
now
he just
the king
lets the
just
king go in.
escapes.
And that's it.
It flees. He missed Queen B4
5 seconds
check.
on the clock. 4 seconds. 3. And he
No,
plays
come on,
C4 with 2
C4,
seconds. No,
it's-
this cannot
No.
be good. This is over,
He's
guys.
like, he's capitulated here with these last few moves. Oh,
What a turn of events, guys.
He
was
had
so
this beautiful
close.
Queen B4 geometry.
He was so close.
Oh my word. Well, I must say there's probably numerous ways to win it. Queen
Yeah,
C7.
Queen C7 is not a
Threatening
bad
G7.
one.
Threatening the pawn on C4. Threatening the pawn on E5.
This is it. Also defending the queen. That's so important.
Yeah, exactly.
Now the queen and the rook are defending. Yeah, queen takes G2 was not a happy move.
Nope. Not
Now
at
I
all.
can just simply take on E5.
Yeah, Queen E5.
Queen E5 looks the best, so that you
nice,
can
yeah.
you can check on
You have one more
on
check on
F5,
B7, but-
and then it's a mating net,
And
and
this is it.
Jordan has
This
to
is it.
resign. And Wesley, again, Wesley does his thing. He starts the event with 2 blacks in a row. He makes awkward, tricky, but draws, and he wins his white game.
So does
To
that mean that we
tie,
have
yeah.
a logjam at the top?
Well, let's
or-
take a look at our current standings.
Yes.
Listen to the
look.
old wise man on the council.
Omnipresent.
Here's his chuckle.
Okay.
From Christian as, well, I think we've had a very, very decisive number of games. I'm probably guessing 50% or more
than
of the
that.
games have been decisive. As Ali Reza Miro, a very nice day at the office for us.
Yeah, of course. I mean, since you picked Ali Reza, you can't be happier.
Look at that trailing pack. Magnus, Carlsen, Wesley So, MVL, Jordan Van Forest, all on 4 points. That's a gang of wolves right there, a pack of wolves. And Shaq. So, strange fortunes or misfortunes for Shaq.
The only one on 50%, right? And he had like all 3 results.
It was possible. Our challenger who looked invulnerable during the candidates, sitting on -1. Also surprised Lanier, -1. Ivan Saric, -1. And Vesel and Topalov, just a very, very bad day. The wheels came off for him. And let's refresh our schedule, Neil.
Yeah, so today, same time, same place. 3
Right.
more rapid games, rounds 4 to 6. Yeah,
And tomorrow
same's
on
gonna-
Friday, yeah.
Same's gonna be.
And then weekend it's Blitz.
Weekend it's Blitz, and that's gonna be a lot of fun once again. Yeah.
18 rounds of double round robin Blitz. And Christian, your thoughts as we wait for Wesley So to show up and get interviewed?
I mean, I have to say this, first of all, has been a historic day for the simple fact that Magnus decided not to defend the title. So that's the big news of the day. But of course, the tournament has been progressing and a lot of stories are developing. And one in particular that I'm having my eyes on is your pick, Yasser Alireza. Alireza, there's been a lot of pressure on him since he qualified the candidates. He could have been the youngest challenger. He could have been the youngest world champion if he would have went on and won against Magnus later on, but he did none of that. There was a lot of pressure. Right now, he's relieved, right? He did lose, he did not play well in the candidates, but he has so many years ahead of himself. So we could be seeing a surging Alireza with less pressure right now. This is what I'm looking at. As you can see, only 19 years of age. It's not the correct number right there, not 18. He's already 19, but he's just impressive in this tournament up to this point. What do you guys think?
Definitely, and again, 19, I remember him celebrating his birthday during the candidates. Boy, I just must say, I just feeling this overwhelming, this sense of, Magnus era.
Magnus. I mean, he has stole all the, all the
oxygen out of the tournament.
Yeah,
no question.
What to
about
discuss?
it.
Yes, I had a question about this. Yeah, when we specifically corrected that Magnus is not retiring, but was Bobby retiring? I don't think he was.
No,
right?
at the
he
time,
said he will not play the match.
Yeah, at the time he said very, very clearly that Bobby wanted to be a very active world champion, that he wouldn't sit on his title, that he was anxious to make money and raise the prestige of chess. And as it turned out, he ended up getting involved in all kinds of lawsuits that were related to Iceland, especially with Chester Fox and the videos, the video rights to the games that Chester Fox sued him, and then he sued Time magazine for writing a book, Bobby Fischer versus the Rest of the World by Brad Derrick, and he just imploded. All of these lawsuits got the best of Bobby, and it was just very sad. Magnus is a completely different boat. Magnus, really, we were told, at least during Madrid, that Magnus had met with Arkady Dorkovich, the president of the FIDE, that they had good discussions, and Magnus presented his ideas of what he wanted for the World Championship, and it supposedly was going well. But let's turn to Zagreb and some final thoughts with Alejandro and Anastasia.
What an exciting day of chess we had in International Chess Day. Tons of thrills and spills. Alireza, the clear leader of day one, despite so many victories by different players. Nastia, your thoughts?
My thoughts, I think first of all that today we had really big news. Magnus Carlsen said that he's not going to play the match. I think at least two players were affected by those news. I mean, Magnus didn't play, I think, the way he usually plays. I think also Jan Nepomniachtchi was also affected, as well as others. And also, I must admit that the atmosphere still was really, really great in the playing venue. Had lots of spectators. I mean, it was really holiday chess, real chess international day here in Zagreb.
Yeah, absolutely. The players were just surrounded by fans. Every time they left the stage, there were so many people, so many children looking for their autographs. It was great to see. I know that the players love seeing the spectators be there present in their games. Today was a wonderful day for chess. I thought the games were spectacular. Even the last one that we finished there between Wesley So and Jordan van Foreest was such a fight. I can't wait for the rest of the event.
Yeah, that was a really great day. We heard the applause of spectators as well. You can also follow us in the social media and see some nice stories in Instagram. And I mean, follow the action all the time with us.
Well, we're signing off here from Zagreb. Tomorrow will be day 2 of the Rapid.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Alejandro. Don't get mobbed by the crowds, Alejandro. Be careful. Don't give up your autograph too easily. And as we sign off, we want to thank you once again for joining us. Miro. Wonderful. A big St. Louis welcome to you, and we will see you tomorrow, and we will see you all.
Thanks very much.
Tomorrow.
It was a warm welcome, Yasser.
Thank you.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.